I'm here, Cass. I'm here. Come on. Hello. You're on late.
Yeah, you're loud. Well, turn you off.
I'm loud.
Well, I went to bed, went to sleep, and then I woke up and I thought, oh, I'll get up. I've just been on wasps.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, that fucking Shine was on there.
Oh, yeah. What was he doing?
Told him that he's a snaky cunt to fuck off.
Hmm. Was Rodney over there? I ain't seen him all night.
Morpheus was having a go as well, lovey.
Oh, well, he's just come in, Morpheus. He said he's just going back out there and having a go at him.
Yeah, because he's a cunt. So me and Morpheus have been having a go at him.
I bet he's been moaning about me, has he? Little shit.
Nope. No,
Oh,
nothing.
I don't know why people let him on them panels.
No. He's a cunt, mate. Oh, I'm losing my voice.
Oh, did you shout at him then?
What?
Did you shout at him then?
No. I wasn't on the panel. I was just having a go at him in the
Oh,
sun.
right. It's like when you're having a go in the chat, it's like you're shouting out loud in your own mind as well.
And fucking Captain's on there and he's on one, so just watch out, yeah.
What do you mean he's on one?
Oh, you know, repeating himself all the time. I said, look, Captain, I love you, but shut the fuck up.
Oh, God. No. David Wolferdale.
No, he wasn't on about that. He was just on about, it was just ridiculous. Who's Eric's crack bitch whore?
My God. He comes in here now and he's all right with me, so...
Yeah, but he was saying, he's calling Captain a groomer and Captain's going fucking mental and Ross saying, just fucking ignore the chat, you cunt.
Oh, God. Oh, he's had a drink then.
What you been doing?
Nothing much really. I had a little sleep. That's it really.
You know, with your dyspraxia,
Yeah.
do you get yourself like, what is it?
It does make you depressed.
Right.
You know that show I done when I was doing a breakdown of the definition of dyspraxia and dyslexia.
Oh, is it like dyslexia, is it?
Did you see that? What I done by myself?
No.
Oh, you didn't see it? It should be on the thing. Listen to it. And I've broke it down, and it seems like it's the same. Everything's the same. Autism, that, other things. It all comes back to the same thing.
So you do
just
like
giving a new number, new name. That's all.
sorry. So like, you know, when autistic people have meltdowns and stuff, is it a bit like that? And then
no. Other thing is you know what the people's saying, and you can cope with everything with autism. When I say it all comes in one bracket, there's similar traits to it. Yeah, not as hello Templar. It's not the same traits, if you get me. It's some is. I mean, I can tomorrow morning I'll break it down again. Yeah. It's if you look at the graph and look at how this documentary done, right?
yeah.
It's about a 10-minute documentary, and it just shows you some of the things what clashes with other things who people have got. Really, it's just what in one bracket, but it's just on a different level, if you know what I mean.
I should have a look at it.
So I've come to conclusions like what everybody's getting named with these Morpheus. Are you still trolling him?
Morpheus, what a cunt he is.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's starting up again. I don't think he like it. They're getting lost. They're losing. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Me and Morpheus had him, so.
So what I was trying to say, I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but the symptoms and the brackets it's coming under is the same, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I just think it's a different form or levels, and I just think it's wrong they put it in different names.
Right.
And I don't know if they've done that on purpose so people don't realise people have got it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So I definitely fresh off the Indian bread.
What's
I
that?
shop with them for ages. There's always amazing bargains to be had, great brands, super cheap prices, quick delivery, the list goes on.
So yeah, that's what it is. I think we all got a bit of autism in us. I think
Yeah.
we're argumentative. We're don't listen to each other. What are you eating, Kaz?
What?
What are you eating?
I'm smoking my vape pen.
I can't. They're giving me a sore throat. Then
Yeah, I think it's done mine. Yeah.
have you just started it?
No. Been on it for ages.
So having a real cigarette will make you feel sick. Then
Fuck yeah.
yeah, I think I'll smoke about 20 every 2 days.
I don't like the smell of it. I hate it.
No, I don't like the smell. Yvonne Smith. Hello, Yvonne. Good evening. Nice to see you, mate.
Hi, Yvonne.
Morpheus. Morpheus, what you been doing? I wish you'd come on the panel, mate, because you did come on before Christmas. Yeah, I knew Captain would be on one because he was on one about Afghan, wasn't he?
Oh, honestly, it's just repeat.
Mm-hmm. I bet he used to get up for shine, when he? He always does. That's great to see you, mate.
Always welcome, Yvonne.
Yes, always welcome. Peaceful channel. I'd just say at the start. Mind you, the number, I mean, over the weekend, the numbers were massive, but during the week, it's been quite low, actually.
Oh well, peaks and troughs, eh? Peaks and
I
troughs.
can't do the very, very long streams that often anymore. So any nice
Easy.
single, man?
Easy's a nice single man.
Stop it. What are you promoting me for?
What?
You don't put me out like that.
I could pimp you out.
Any nice single men here? Yeah, there's Captain. This has got to be troll. This ain't the real Yvonne Smith, is it? Do you know?
I don't know, mate. That's why I need some good mods on my channel.
As I said, do you like older ladies? How old are you, Yvonne? This is a troll, man.
Oh, I think I will leave Captain to the young ladies.
I thought, Morpheus, you single?
No, he's married.
You're 58, Yvonne. I'm 27. Bit young for you. No, I'm 48. 48. No offense, mate, but I've too many chasing me as it is. I'm only joking.
Oh, still lots of mileage.
That's not the real Yvonne. Somebody's
But they're funny.
no, in Asia, you know, they say older women have got a,
I love a toy boy.
yeah, well,
Don't
do
we
you know?
all, Yvonne? Don't we all?
Temper, you don't miss anything, do you? Yeah, I'm 49, Temper. I'm 49, mate. Yvonne, you don't normally have a picture like that. Oh, I don't know. There's so many names there.
She's moved from you easy now. She's on Templar.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it's Paul M.
What?
Got a funny feeling that's Paul M behind.
We'll get rid of him. Him.
No, let's wait and see. Hi, Easy Tina. I mean, hi, Easy Tina. I read the thing. Sorry. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Yvonne Smith. That's not the real Yvonne Smith. I've never seen her speak like that before.
Right, kick it.
No, let's see how they carry on with it. Okay, good. Leave them going. They're having a joke, aren't they? She's only trying to pull every other man in the chat.
Only nice people on this channel, Yvonne.
No. Stay here, Yvonne. It's all right. You're not being nasty. Not your Daily Mail. Oh, not the imp. For Christ's sake.
Who's that?
That idiot keeps on putting that picture up.
Oh.
No drama on here, mister. So you should
Evening,
be.
Goof.
Who is here? Open your eyes, Goof. You can tell who's here.
No, he said, guess who is here? Me and
Oh,
him.
hello, Goofy. How you doing?
Is Wasp finished now, Goof?
What's finished? They had a late one yesterday, didn't they? I was on the live earlier, you know.
Oh.
No one came over. They all pissed off to the Wasps.
Yeah. Hi, Lodge. Lodgy Podgy. Afghan.
Oh, he's gone anyway. I gathered who that is. Oh, Captain. Hello. Hello, Lodge.
You're not coming on the panel, Captain, until you get a new mic.
Yeah, get a new mic.
I'm off to Argos in the morning. Get you one.
Tina, I was only joking. I wasn't live, mate.
Goofy not talking to me?
He said you've upset him.
Have I?
Yeah.
Where's it say that? Or you telling fucking lies?
He said you called him a twat the other day. I don't remember that, do you?
No, I fucking didn't.
I'm only joking. Sorry, guys. I played a joke on you. He's fine with it. He can hear you. No, why do you not? I can hear that Welsh voice. I'm only kidding, Kaz. He did say that.
What?
He did not say that.
Right, well, I'm confused now with the chat.
Oh, no, he isn't. Don't
Oh.
believe him, Kaz. I'm joking, Kaz. I'm joking. Kaz knows I was joking. I could hear that little Welsh voice going now in the background. I did not see that, boy. I did not see that, boy. You lying bastard.
I only ask that you judge me by how you see me behave on here. That's great, Yvonne.
Yeah, Kaz is a good sort. They all are in the chat, actually. Good lot. Oh, it's Eric the crack bitch.
Captain's here, mate.
Hello, Eric the crack bitch. I've seen you everywhere, and actually, you're quite funny.
You know what's
Actually,
going to
no.
happen now, Morpheus, don't you?
I wonder if that Eric the crack bitch is 7.
No, he's gone to bed, I think.
Has he?
I think so.
Yeah. Did he have a bit too much to drink tonight? I know he's drunk yesterday.
No, he just said he was going to bed, so. We should tag team at Eric's Crack Bitch.
Yvonne, do you like Kaz? Would you go out with Kaz?
Who?
Yvonne. You're not David Boyle, are you, Yvonne Smith?
Has anybody heard from him?
No, because I banned him.
Yeah, but I haven't seen him anywhere else either.
No, because it
Unless
was Paul M, that's why. I knew it was Paul M because he kept on going on about sausages and dicks.
Yeah.
Mm.
I didn't like him from the start anyway.
Nah. I knew I was playing along with him. He kept on trolling me in the comments under my videos. And I just let it carry on. And I just knew.
Right.
Just,
What's up with Templar?
I don't know, Super Troll Templar. The Lodge. Oh, yeah, Lodge has been on something about that. See, we should listen to Lodge. Lodge has been around these.
Oh, I have lady parts, but I do not like lady parts.
I
Okay,
like lady.
that's me blown out then, Von.
No, it's all right. Everything's cool, Templar. If you've got a disagreement, that's cool, mate. Can't. Dan, you've always been good on here. It's all right, man. Sorry, my love.
It's all right.
I like lady parts as well, Yvonne.
I've taken a few blows in my time.
And you've given a few as well, haven't you?
What?
Sorry, I've been
Easy.
No, punches, I meant.
You wants to fucking chill out, mate.
I mean, punches.
Yeah.
God, you're mine, man. When have I ever been rude?
Lodge always gives me eyes.
She fancies her tits off you.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, we were just having a bit of a laugh tonight, actually. But Yvonne, you never know what happens on here, to be honest with you. You could just be sitting here chilling and just talking a load of pop, and then all of a sudden something happens.
Lodge, come on. Come on the panel.
Come on, Lodge. Come on, mate. It's nice and quiet. You could get a word in now when you come on now. You couldn't last time. I felt sorry for Lodge. He tried to get a word in. He was really patient, actually. It's nice, that fire, isn't it?
Yeah. I could do with me sitting in that fire. Not in the fire, but
Fire, no, you burn, mate. Yeah, that's why women don't touch me, because I'm always on fire.
Fuck off. What's wrong with you?
That's why they stay away. I'm too hot.
Look, somebody fucking sort this man out.
Trying to liven up the chat. The station, actually, just have a bit of a laugh, you know.
No, it's fine. I'm knackered like in the fire. Oh, Podgy.
Podgy. He's not fat, though.
I'm not calling him fat. I'm calling him Lodgy Podgy.
Yeah, if you're calling him Podgy, you're calling him fat.
I'm not. I don't mean he's fat. It's an endearing thing.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
I love Lodge. Oh, I've changed my first name to abbreviation version so you don't mix me up with another. Oh, bless you.
Oh, anyway, welcome anyway, Yvonne. You're very welcome. I hope you come back all the time. Brace yourself.
Fuck off, mate.
Is that Mike sorted, Captain?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. Hiya, Cass. How are you?
Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm fine. It was. Did you hear me on the bus channel now?
Yeah, I said I was fucking off to buy. Going down to Argos to buy you a new mic, mate.
Right. No, that's fine. Actually, I looked at your thing on the side chat. It's like Eric's crack bitch. As I called him out, come on the channel. Come on the channel.
Eric crack bitch.
No, but he's like been derogatory against me all night, all kind of.
Captain, what? Don't take any notice of what they're saying in the side chat.
He said he loves you.
Hey?
Says he loves you. Look.
But she likes she likes Eric's crack bitch and all that. It's like, oh, I'm a groomer, suck England and all that fucking bullshit like that, right?
Hi, Rod. Lee.
Hello, Roddy. Roddy, yeah.
It's like the usual bullshit.
Yeah, but don't take any notice, because the more you're reacting to it, the more they're going to do it, babe.
I love it.
You just need to chill out, right? And I just have a laugh.
Big up, Rod.
With us.
No, I can have a laugh. And Eric's crack bitch is back on here again, right? So Eric's crack bitch, as I said, on Wash Channel.
He's going to get a crack.
No, seriously. Eric's crack bitch, who I think's one or two people, let's come on the channel and debate me. You can come in with your snide comments on the side chat. Everybody can do that and be a keyboard warrior. Let's be a man. Let's be a man. Come on the channel and debate
I
me.
think it's a woman. I think it's a woman, not a man.
Well, if it's a woman, I won't actually basically
Well,
go with
the photo's a woman. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know.
No, I don't think it is real. I think that's one of two people. Or one of four people. I said it's one of two people on Wasps tonight.
I'm just gonna make a coffee, okay? I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, that means you're going off the panel. This is my little trick.
What? I'm just gonna make a coffee. Chill out.
Chill out.
Chill out.
Eric's crack bitch is actually going in the side chat. I love you, Captain. You don't love me. You don't love me. You know your comments, right? Come on the chat. Come on the panel. Let's talk to each other. Take the piss at me. Let's go on the channel. Show yourself, because I know who you are. I know who you are.
You know who she is, or he is.
It's one of four people. I think it's one of two people, but if I could actually get down, I would say it's one of two people. And we don't like each other. And this person certainly doesn't like me.
So who do you think it is then?
I'll speak to you on the private chat, Easy.
Yeah.
Actually, Easy, can you hear my mic?
Yeah.
Right, how come when I'm on Wasp doesn't hear me and I'm on the same mic, I'm the same setup?
Well, maybe the reception's just got a bit better. StreamYard has been playing up lately, Captain, to be honest with you.
No, I'm always the same on Wasp, right? See, when I go on Wasp, my mic goes crazy. But I don't know what it's like on your channel, but every time on your channel, it seems quite okay.
Your mic was bad earlier today. Maybe it's just the reception. I don't know, mate. It was cracking up earlier today, but it's much better this morning. I think it's just StreamYard's actually doing it, to be honest with you. Sometimes you don't need the mic. You could just use the mic from your phone.
There's the usual comments with Eric's crack bitch, right? What's the usual comments? England doesn't love you, right? The usual shit, right? Which is boring. I love you to the end of the earth. Captain, it's because the Wasp doesn't love you, right? How come the Wasp banned me 3 times and it takes a lot for the Wasp to ban people, right? It takes a lot for the Wasp to ban. No, I'm not talking to you, Easy. I'm talking to Eric's crack bitch, who's basically he won't come on a channel because it's somebody with a small cock, right? A very, very small cock. I'm talking about the size of a shrimp. I'm not talking about a king prawn, right? I'm talking about a shrimp, right? But he won't come on the channel, right? And basically, he goes all the time, I'm a groomer, because the Wasp said that to me, right? And that was just a joke about 5 days ago. And the Wasp and I going, all right. The 5 people I was meant to be grooming actually called them out on the channel. 3 people on Shell's channel, I spoke to them. I was meant to be grooming Cam. I was meant to be grooming Shell. And I was meant to be grooming Jen, right? And the 3 people on that channel said, I don't think so. You've never, ever said anything sexual to me, right? So fuck you, you cunt. Come on the channel because you're a dickhead. And I'm calling you the new Eric's crack bitch. You're a fucking absolute dickhead. Come on the channel. Let's talk. Let's talk easy. Let them on the channel. But they won't, because do you know something?
What?
Because they're a troll, mate. They're a troll. They can't handle it because it's one or two people. I think it's one or four people, actually. But I think I would guess one or two. Captain Groomer again, as usual, right? So who?
I'm back.
Right.
I'm
Right,
back.
see,
What have I missed? Oh, that's right. Nothing.
nothing. Nothing. The usual. I'm grooming five people, right?
I'll
And
tell
I've
you what,
called.
Captain, I'm going to fucking groom you in a minute.
Oh, please don't, man. Please don't. Please don't.
You're going to
enough.
be called a groomer now, Kaz, because of that. People will call you a groomer.
What?
You know, people will call you a groomer now. Certain people.
And you know what I'll do with that, Rodney? I'll cry about it. And I'll be scared.
But Rodney, Mud Sticks, right? Mud Sticks. I was meant to be grooming 5 females. I was meant to be grooming 5 females.
I know Mud Sticks. I was called a fucking nonce and had people hunting me the other day. They put a picture out and said, anyone in Wembley sees this guy, and you're going to have to give it to him. Tell him what you think about paedophiles. Luckily, it wasn't my picture. But can you imagine if that was my picture?
You're right, mate.
Oh, easy. Did you give my email to Hoof yet?
No, you know why? Because I forgot to take it down.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, because he's got something he needs to email me about.
Well, no, put it in the email and I'll send it to him, mate, right away. Don't worry. Oh, sorry, Dale. I thought I put you in, Dale. Sorry, mate. I thought I put you in.
All right, it's fine. You're all right, everybody.
Right.
No, you're all right. It's fine.
Hi.
It's all right.
You all right, Dale? You had a good day?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I've been all right. It's been fine. It's all right. Everybody good? You all right?
Yeah. We're just been an agony aunt towards for Captain.
Right, can I speak then? See about the 3 out of the 5 person I've meant to be grooming, right? It was meant to be Cam. I spoke to Cam. I said, have I ever said anything sexual?
Billy in the house.
In my life.
Captain, we know. You're a good person.
The Mud Sticks.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't. Have a wash and then it comes off.
You've got to stop worrying, man. I've had a lot worse than what you've had at the moment, Captain. Honestly, the reason I'm laughing, mate, because it's nothing compared to what you've got. Yours is honestly...
Captain, your face is not out there, is it? That's not your face on there. I can't see now. I can't see your avatar. Your face is not out there, though, is it?
Hello? No, that was your face either.
Yeah.
So I don't say it was, right. No, I heard a lot of things about you, Rodney, right? And you and I's never had any problems, right? And I thought it was disgusting. See all this doxing, I don't like all this. I think it's horrible.
Yeah, I agree. But,
horrible.
They didn't dox me, thankfully, and Hurl's come out with a story now. I just found out now, like about an hour ago. I saw a video, and Hurl is on there saying that he found out who I am. He said I'm from Cricklewood.
Can I continue what Hurl said, right? Because I've been told this with somebody else. I've got kind of a lot of friends on the internet. Well, no friends, right, but people that I speak to, right? And Hurl spoke to you on...
Hang on, Captain. I want to find out who this is. Hello?
Yo, it's me.
Is that DC Brad?
Yeah, man.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
How you doing? All right.
I said I was going to come back around. I had...
All right, it's just that your name just threw me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, big up, Veli. Always nice to see you, mate.
Hey, Veli.
Yeah.
Right, Billy.
Show today, mate. Good show, actually. It went all right.
Huddle was speaking to you on a channel, right? It was the Lions Den, which had all gone, right? And he was going to talk to you, and he was going to do this. You were actually a paedophile hunter. You were about three people.
He said, do you know what he said? He's going to get me fucking killed. If anyone believed him, he'll get me fucking killed. He said, I was a paedophile hunter, and I was going and targeting innocent people. One man killed himself over it.
That's correct.
Yo,
Well,
that's what I kept doing, to be honest. I was like,
And he said I was adopted. I'm from Cricklewood. I was adopted to Wembley. I had 3 foster brothers, and we used to go out paedophile hunting together.
Three foster brothers,
and I was in prison for 2
your other
years.
brother was basically got out of jail for 18 months because he was a paedophile hunter and accused somebody wrong, and you're a certain name, right? And see Brian Hurrell. Brian
He
Hurrell
said I'm
is
called
the
Stuart.
See Brian Hurrell, right?
Doesn't that contradict though? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Rodney, this is a thing that people don't get, right? I've actually called him out twice, right? I wanted to debate Brian Hurrell on any channel, right? Easy.
All due respect, Captain, this is getting a bit boring because we've heard all of this before. I mean, if you're going to get it on with him and just have it out.
But how come no one's ever done this with me, right? Because the first one was on Shells. He didn't want to go on Shells, who I like Shell, and I got on with Shell really good. I don't want to basically groom Shell. Shell's a mate of mine, right? And I got on with Shell, right? He didn't want to own with her channel. It went on Wasp channel. He came on an hour earlier, and I came on a minute to 9, and it was meant to be 9 o'clock. Brian Hurrell will not debate me. Brian Hurrell will not debate me. If anybody's listening, or
Captain, can we have a hell-free show? Thanks.
Right. But Brian Hurrell.
Oh
There's
my
2 people.
fucking God.
Right, Kaz, can I just say 2 things, right?
2 things and then that's it.
Right, that's it. And then we'll just be happy again, right? There's
Cool.
2 people that Brian Hurrell can't stand, and it's me and Squire 7, and they can't handle him. And if you're listening, Hurrell, I'll debate you on any channel because you are a bastard and you can only fucking browbeat women and children.
Can we not give him the energy, please? Because he has a wank over it every time he gets the attention. Do you know what I mean? Come on, we've got loads to talk about some nutter who likes having a good angry wank on the internet when he upsets people. And it's the truth. I think with Brian Hill, it's a sexual thing for him. I really do. I think
That's the guy
that
was the guy that was on Prospect.
Man.
The one that said the thing I understand is he said that he said Rodney was a pedo hunter. So if he was a pedo hunter, if he hunts pedos, how could he be a pedo? That just destroys the whole idea of him being a pedo if he's a pedo hunter. Or am I just retarded? Like I just never
Oh well, it's a London thing, mate, I tell you.
I was sitting there like, wait a minute,
Whatever services need at the time. Need at the time.
Because he's from Essex, he thinks he was one of the gang, you know. Famous gangland thing in Essex, a famous burger.
Whatever suits him at the time. That's all you're gonna get from me. Whatever suits him at the time. He's playing both into the middle. Whatever suits him at the time.
That's all.
Dale, can I just interrupt for 1 second, right? I've never had any problems with you guys getting on, right? See Eric, I hope I can say this easy, right? See Eric's crack bitch, would you like to come on the channel and speak to me? And speak to me. Would you like to come on the channel and speak to me? Because I've heard your comments for about fucking 3 weeks now, and it's boring the fucking tits right off me, right? Would you like to come on and speak to me and show yourself? Because I know who you are. You're one of two people, and you can't show yourself. You can't show yourself. Let's come on and speak to me, right? And I'll rip the piss right out you, you fucking cunt. Sorry about that, Del. Right, okay. Continue.
I think that was simply put. You'll have to wait and see if you get. You'll have to wait and see if you get a You have to wait and see if you get a response. I doubt you get a response. You've laid down the challenge. You've laid down the challenge, but I doubt you'll get a response, Captain.
Del, there's not going to be any challenge, right? Because see this guy, when I speak to him, he's basically got a dick the size of a king prawn, and then it shrinks to the size of a shrimp, right? Come on the channel, and I'll speak to you. I said that on Wasp. I said that on another channel as well. Come on the channel. Show yourself. Just speak to me for 2 minutes. Take the piss out of me. I actually want you to take the piss out of me, right? On
Guys,
you go.
let's have a good vibe, yeah? Let's talk about something positive, yeah? Because today lots of negative things have been spoken about on other channels, and it's good to come here and get something positive, isn't it? Instead of
Right,
carrying on the
Dale,
bull.
have you got any topics? Right, is there anything you want to speak about America at the moment?
Oh, there might be a civil war, but I don't know. Don't quote me.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. They've got the troops still there. Some of them have been sent back to Florida, but I think this for this fake impeachment nonsense that's going on. Apparently, they're going to stay there till March. Till March, until apparently, while so-called Trump is getting his apparently is getting his impeachment trial, so they're going to stay there till March. I just, like you said, it's just a whole crock of nonsense. You know, in the time all the time you've been there, that's never happened.
Do you realise it's the Marxists who started?
No. It's because there's a president known by the name of Grover Cleveland that won an election and lost an election, and he was able to come back and win again because there's no viable Republican candidates at all. Trump still won. Like the scariest thing about Trump's presidency, I got to give him credit. He won 75 million votes. Okay, I don't care what. Hate him, call him retarded, all you want, but he won.
Still did well.
Million.
He still did well.
That scares people.
He did well. They increased the vote in all the communities, increased the vote across the board, and that frightened them because most people came out and voted for it.
Years. Democrats have this year and next year to actually do something that makes them win. They have the House, the Senate, and everything on their side, so they have no excuse. And then Trump's talking about doing something called the Patriot Party, which, in my opinion, is scary.
Yep, I've heard the same thing. And he's talking about Republic.
Scary.
Exactly, he's talking about Republic. I mean, the last time you heard them ever say that, last time that was said was Lincoln, and he says you've got a Republican form of government if you can keep it. So he was letting you know that somebody was up to some skullduggery if he was saying that. If you can keep it. Remember what he said. So he's letting you know that there were some evil people out there wanting to wreck the government when it was even set up back then. And that's exactly what's going on now. There's a coup d'etat. So it's getting interesting. Hence why the National Guard's still there with the 7,000 troops. You know exactly what's going on. The troops are not there by chance. It's not there by accident, as you know.
The thing that scares me is, there's about of the 350 million Americans, 15 million of them are formed militias that are Trump supporters. That means that over 95% of the militias in this country already side with Trump.
Why would it be scary for Donald Trump to set up a new party? I don't understand that.
Because you've only had the Democrats and the Republicans for so long. It's like here with Conservative and Labour. It's the same thing. You've got the two-party system. It's the same size of the same beast.
It's a one-party system now because Labour's done.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, he was a two-party, but it's never Labour finished. I agree with you.
Labour's been preaching in the Houses of Parliament that they should remove statues
Well, there's one side
that
there's
have
one
a
side that
colonial
loves it.
past. Now, the Labour Party don't realise the Overton window in Britain has shifted to the right. And the Conservatives aren't conservative. If the Conservatives was conservative, as a middle-of-the-road Conservative myself, I would be a member of that party, but they are Liberals, not
Yeah, but Labour
Conservatives.
knew they were leaning to the right because they employed the National Front to help them with their campaign, the latest campaign.
Can I interject? Can I interject for 1 second?
I'll just finish for a minute. Hang on. Yeah, and they had people from the National Front actually campaigning for them.
When was
So
this?
they've always been on the right. So the far left are the right.
When did they do that? I didn't know about that.
The last election, you know, the Brexit thing. Me and Corbyn was trying to win it. But,
well, you see, it depends. If you call what you're classing as the far right, you see these far right.
No, they are members of the National Front.
The socialists. That's what I'm saying. The ones who the media classes, the ones who the media and who everyone classes as the far right is false. The National Front, this new organisation, which isn't a political party and never wants to be a political party. That's why they've not become a political party in 18 months, called Patriotic Alternative. And you listen to these people, the socialists, the National Socialists, they love Hitler, they hate Jews. You cannot call someone. You cannot call someone a nationalist who's filled with hate. People like Patriotic Alternative, National Front, they're filled with hate. A nationalist is someone who loves their country. A nationalist is the people like for Britain. UKIP, when it was under Gerard Batten, but UKIP's become something completely different right now. UKIP is now just a liberal left. There's only one nationalist party, that's for Britain. But yes, you're right with National Front and Patriotic Alternative.
I just really needed to ask Brad a question about.
Excuse me.
Let me just ask Brad. I've been meaning to ask you, Brad. Do you think Biden getting in? Do you think it's a big worry now about the children, the future of the children of the country? He's going to try and sexualize them all.
Liberals have moderate. Okay, so the problem with liberals is that like most of their funding comes from Hollywood. So if anything, conservatives have like an evangelical Christian backing. So it's like their television quality would be like, obviously certain Netflix movies wouldn't be allowed to be out, things like that.
Yeah.
But under liberals, you know, they're moderate liberals. Because one thing I always would tell everyone that's on the right is that your greatest enemy is not moderate liberals, because moderate liberals are dying out. But your greatest enemy is the actual progressive liberal or the progressive left, because they'll be able to appeal to your voting pool better than the moderate one. So one thing that Biden is doing is he's trying to push more policy, but I do see there's a lot more social change, because there's a trans woman that's supposed to be, he reversed the trans laws so that trans people can join the military now. So that means that men can go in as women and be rated as women and ranked as women and share showers and stuff. I hope they just segregate them.
Yeah, this is what's worrying me.
He's also done that with the prison system, hasn't he? 1 minute to our American friend who's talking about Biden is a bit sat on the fence. Joe Biden has also made it so that if a criminal goes to jail, he can.
Who's the person who talked just now? Because I can't see that.
Joe Biden has basically said that a man can self-determine themselves as a woman and go in a woman's prison.
Yeah. You know, that's been around for a minute.
That's terrifying, actually.
Well, here's the thing. It's not like that. Okay, so here's the thing about American law is that, like, just because something's passed on the federal level doesn't mean it can be passed on the state level, though.
Can I just interject just now? Easy, do you want to take the fireplace off and basically put it on the normal channel to see who's talking, right? Because I'd actually like to speak to a few people on this, right?
The
I don't know
names
who's
are up.
talking.
The names are up. What are you on about?
No, but it's a fireplace. Do you want it just to change it on to...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes.
Thank you.
It's mostly about fireplace.
Aye, Captain.
Yeah,
Right, fireplace, surely not. You know, it's comforting up. Like, you can't do that with captains on now. You can't have a fireplace. What the hell? You can't have a fireplace now, man. They easy get your fireplace. You're not welcome and inviting, are you? No, not a chance.
No, we're not going to like the fireplace, but this is going to go to a good debate, right? And I'm actually quite enjoying this debate, right? But I'd like to see who I'm talking to, right? It's the same as who was the guy that spoke to about the second one? Who was the guy that was talking?
Are you was it me or Captain?
It was you. It was you. Who are you? Who are you?
Well, you might have been vexed. I don't know. Are you a patriotic alternative supporter or a National Front supporter? You might have been vexed by my response to Easy's question.
Right, I'll tell you about myself, right? I'm an FNAT, right? But, well, I would actually say I'm an anomaly, right? I'm between a CIVNAT and an FNAT. I would class myself as a nationalist, right?
Could I stop you there? Because could I stop you there? Because I don't put myself into any of them brackets. I'm a nationalist. You see, nationalism compromises
between a CIVNAT and an FNAT.
You don't know, this is a false narrative that's been projected by Mark Collett, and it's a false narrative because you've got different nationalist parties. You see, the party I follow, it's got elements of civic nationalism, it's got civic elements of ethno-nationalism, and it's got elements of cultural nationalism. There's 3 different types of nationalism.
Right. Can I ask you who you are?
It's Danny Simpson.
Danny Simpson, right? Okay. You've been on Zabidra's channel.
Yeah, that's right. You've probably seen me on there.
No. I've never seen you. I was on Zabidra's channel. I get bad
No,
after
no.
about.
I have been on there, but unlike.
No. I've listened to you extensively on this. Be quite honest with you.
There's different narratives of nationalism. You see, you had the patriotic alternative people on there wanting to. The patriotic alternative people was Charlie Big Potatoes, and he's like high ranking in PA. So I went on there, and then all of a sudden, Sasha Johnson from Black Lives Matter comes on, and it was only me taking Sasha Johnson to task. Charlie Big Potatoes actually said on that stream he wanted to unite with Black Lives Matter. He also said that he wanted to unite with Muslims. That's the only reason they were going on to Zabidra's channel. And none of them spoke up for British heritage, British history and British culture. I went on there not to make friends. I went on there to speak for Britain. So there's a difference, you see. And these PA people call my party civic nationalists. But what I'm saying is you're either a nationalist or you're not a nationalist. These people who are talking about civic nationalism and ethno-nationalism, the ones who class themselves as ethno-nationalists are actually national socialists who love Adolf Hitler and don't give a shit about our country, who want to unite with Muslims and black people.
See, I don't agree with that as well, right? You're on, actually, I could tell you're on, I can't remember, it's Britain First.
No, I'm for Britain, me. I'll just address what I've just said, because when I said black people, I didn't mean black people. I actually meant to say Black Lives Matter. Because we've got a lot of black people in for Britain, and there's a lot of black people on the right of politics who are totally against Black Lives Matter. You see, Black Lives Matter, as a matter of fact, is run by the white people, George Soros and the Clinton Foundations. They don't care about
Black Lives Matter is the same as Extinction Rebellion. It's funded by George Soros, and it's bullshit. That's just basically cause race riots and cause problems. Actually, split to divide. Would you agree?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No. It's actually quite simpler than that. It's not really meant to incite race riots. It's more meant to galvanize left-leaning votes. So you notice how they always pop up at the beginning of a election year. They would always, like, especially in America, like the last big one was in 2016, 2020. Which after the election,
They've only just come up in Britain, though. It's not like America. I know in America they've been there since 2014. No, Black Lives Matter have only popped up this year, and Black Lives Matter have attacked the statue of Sir Winston Churchill. They've tried to set the cenotaph on fire, and the liberal left elites who run this country, the same people who wanted us to stay in the EU, have promoted these, championed these. They even bend the knee before football matches, for fuck's sake. When fans get let back in them stadiums, we're going to boo that shit like fuck. Black Lives Matter have actually sent back race relations 50 years in this country.
So I take it you're not a national socialist?
I'm not a nationalist. No, I'm not a national. I'm a nationalist, and I support capitalism because capitalism needs some tweaking, not in the same form as it is today. But if you look, if you look at the alternative, socialism is not good. Is not good at all for the working man, and I'm a working man.
The problem with can I just say something? All these groups coming up from the Charlie Big Potatoes and everything, I've noticed in football at the moment, and it's happened to one of our players on Twitter. He got racially abused on Twitter, yeah, and we've had a bit of an instance with a couple of fans at our club come out with racial language, and it turned out to be one of my friends who's black, who's a QPR fan. He abused his friend, and now he's lost everything through all of this, and the racism is sort of creeping back in with all this.
Oh, racism! I agree. Racism has gone up tenfold. You will never see racism like it is now since the 1960s, and that's because of Black Lives Matter attacking British culture, British history, and British heritage.
And Black Lives Matter is not for black people, it's run by Marxists and fucking socialists.
These people, it boils. You see, it boils my blood, and it should boil any Englishman's blood that these bastards tried to set fire to the cenotaph.
What are we going to do? What can we do to stop them? What is the solution?
Well, I mean, I reined myself back because when I saw him being racist on Churchill and I saw him setting fire to the cenotaph, I thought to myself, I mean, I'm already against immigration. I was like, for a week, my blood was boiling, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, yeah, repatriation, Mark Collette's right. Took me a week, to be honest, to rein myself back in. And when I realised there's black people on our side of politics, and actually, when you look into Black Lives Matter, it was started and it's funded by George Soros and the Clinton Foundation. It started in America many moons ago.
Socialists in this country, but not so much in America. I think in America, if they had in this country proper black groups run like in America, their message would get across better. Because of these socialists have taken over, it's deframed the black people's cause to get justice what they need. You know?
No, it's nothing. No, it's I mean, nobody talks about white lives matter, do they? You see, my friend,
and you got Danny, some of those activists. You know, when George Floyd died, some of those activists were actually rubbing their hands together in anticipation of these protests. What they can gain from it. And not only that, it's not only just the normal protester. There are people at the top making a lot of money out of this, like Soros. Why would he be doing it unless he's making money somehow?
Yeah, it's an aggressive.
Danny, see the party you support. Is it run with Anne Marie someday?
Yeah, Marie Waters, that's right. She's the leader.
Right, okay, right. And who actually funds that party?
Nobody funds it. It's self-sufficient by the
Wait,
members.
George
the
Soros
members.
George Soros doesn't make money
No,
off.
no, no, no. Actually, if you look into that, it's funded with a certain
No,
people.
it's not. You see,
It's-
I know where you're going with this, Captain. This rhetoric that PA is talking about. This rhetoric that PA is talking about. If Israel is as powerful as what you say it is, and if for Britain
I never mentioned this.
is
You
funded,
mentioned it. I never mentioned this.
if Israel is as powerful as what you fuckers say it is, and if for Britain is funded by Israel, do you not think that you'd see for Britain talked about on Sky News, BBC, etc.? None of you see anything on the mainstream media about for Britain, yet for Britain has a membership that is 30 times bigger than UKIP. Yet you'll still hear about UKIP on the media, won't you? But there's more members, far more members, and you can look this up. If the Electoral Commission for Britain has major party status. Only the biggest parties get major party status. UKIP, I don't have major party status. They have minor party status.
Right, okay. I'm going to talk to this, right? You're talking about For Britain, Anne-Marie, right, who's funded obviously somewhere, right? And
She's not funded by anybody. It's a self-sufficient party.
She's funded the same as Tommy's funded, right? It's well known, right?
Tommy's nothing to do with Anne-Marie Waters.
Tommy's funded as well. You know, Tommy's funded and Anne-Marie's funded as well.
Right. Why is Tommy Robinson going around? Why is Tommy Robinson going around promoting Nigel Farage, who fucking hates him, and not promoting Anne-Marie Waters, if they're both funded by Israel?
Can I speak?
It defeats your argument.
It doesn't defeat my argument, right? Your party is funded. Right, okay, can you let me speak without butting me out, please?
Are you going to go on about this Israel stuff? We're funded by Israel when we've got a policy that says that kosher meat should be made illegal.
Excuse me, I never mentioned Israel. You did. I said your party's
I know where you're going with it.
Right? So, do you think I'm PA?
Yeah.
You think I'm PA? Well, you're totally wrong, right? Because Mark Collette, I don't agree with. Because PAA as a party is unelectable. Mark Collette, but they're trying to be a party. They're trying to be a party.
They got rejected for the third time this week.
Right? They know that. They've got rejected for the third time, right? But PA has got a lot of good people in it, and I think it's unelectable. If PA was a party, and they actually went to voting, Mark Collette is a Nazi, and he stated his favourite 3 books. He's like Mein Kampf, and I don't know what the other books is, right? Unelectable.
He's also on record as saying, he's also on record when Black Lives Matter attacked the Churchill statue, he's also on record by saying he hopes Black Lives Matter pull that statue down. And I've got that video on my channel, Freedom for Britain.
Okay. So what do you think of Britain First then with Paul Golding?
Well, for Britain First, I've spoke with I've not spoke with Paul himself. I've spoke with his missus, who's the chief of staff. I forget her name. Oh, what's her name now? I spoke with her on Telegram. And yeah, I agree with. I mean, they're a different organisation, or a street movement, but they're not a political party like PA. They're not a registered political party, so they're not an option at the ballot paper. So it doesn't matter if I like them or not. There's no point in me joining that organisation because I can't be a candidate. I can't stand for elections under their name.
Britain First is basically with Paul Golding. He's a grifter. It's a money-making scheme, and he's just making money for himself. So who's other parties we can vote for?
you've got forbidden basically. Unless you want to go with controlled opposition. If you want to go with controlled opposition that you see in the mainstream media, then go with Nigel Farage and go with UKIP.
So what about Jada Franson?
Nigel Farage is not against immigration. He's not willing talking about. Jada Franson. You see, I'm not against parties that speak for him. I watched Jada Franson's live stream tonight. It's a new party, right. But she's only standing. It's a new party.
She's standing in Scotland and Pollock.
Yeah, she's only standing in the Scottish elections. But then you look at the viewing. You look at the viewing numbers. I mean, her live stream went simultaneously with the Forbidden live stream. So I watched it after I'd watched Forbidden, obviously, because I'm a member of Forbidden. And then she was like saying on the video, I thought, oh, I know where your mods are, because she said, "Where's my mods? Bloody hell, I don't even know where my mods are." And I thought to myself, you've done your live stream simultaneously with Forbidden, so these mods you've got are obviously watching Anne-Marie Waters, and then the viewing numbers on both videos, it's like it's quite obvious who's the bigger of the two parties, because Forbidden's established. But I support Jada and what she's doing.
Right. Would it surprise you that I don't agree? I'm a nationalist, but I don't agree with any of the 40 parties you speak about. I don't agree with any of them. Not one of them.
You don't agree with Forbidden's policies? Have you looked at Forbidden's policies?
Yes, I do, but I think they're okay, but it's unelectable as well.
Do you agree with stopping immigration?
Yes.
Right.
Obviously.
So that's one policy. Do you agree with banning unstunned slaughter, which includes halal and kosher slaughter?
Banning it? Did you
Making it totally illegal. Yeah, you cannot do unstunned slaughter on this island. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree with that.
What are you saying about immigration? Are you saying no immigration at all? Not even skilled workers?
You're
talking zero,
because Britain is full. For the actual Forbidden policy is no immigration to be stopped in its entirety for 5 years, and then after 5. But you've got to bear in mind, if you get elected into Parliament, should Forbidden get elected to Parliament, you're only going to stand for a period of 5 years. So the policy.
All right.
I don't.
So what about that in your? How would that
I would say I'm an F that, right? But I don't agree with repatriation, right? I agree with repatriation for illegal immigrants, right? I agree with repatriation for grooming gangs and criminals, right?
Yeah.
But I don't agree with repatriation.
You're speaking Forbidden's policies, then, not PA, because the immigration policies.
As I said, I don't like PA. I don't like Mark Collette. Why? If you're talking about fascism, right? If you're talking about fascism, why would you talk about Adolf Hitler? If you're talking about fascism, obviously you're going to talk about Oswald Mosley, right?
That's the only difference, really. PA
when you say
Adolf
no
Hitler,
immigration, are you talking students
Captain, if I can carry on with the Forbidden immigration policy, you'll like it. It's to stop immigration for a period of 5 years. Then,
even students, international students, everybody. Is that what you're saying?
If it should get elected after a period of 5 years' time, there'd be a very strict points-based system that would only let in literally 10,000 people.
So you're saying for 5 years, 0 people, not even students, not even chefs,
1 minute, Rodney. 1 minute,
even
then you can come back.
Nobody.
The captain, you'll like this one, Captain. All illegal immigrants will be deported back to their country of origin. So not deported back to France, where they can come back again.
Yes,
if they come from Iraq, they get
100%.
sent back to Iraq and Iran. That's the Forbidden policy on immigration.
Contributing members of society.
Immigration is unworkable. You know we can't do that. What if I went abroad? Okay, what if I went abroad and I married somebody?
Hang on, let Brad's got something to say. Let Brad say something.
What if they're contributing? What if they're like members, no criminal record, nothing, and they've been like they have a family, they're like a doctor, lawyer, whatever, and they've like done good. The only thing they don't have is legal status. Like they came here, they're proper British citizens. They've done right by the country. You deport them. Because I get like deporting all criminals. Yeah.
An illegal immigrant is not a British citizen. An illegal immigrant can't be a British citizen. So it doesn't matter if they've committed
by
crime.
a proper citizen, they've been contributing to society. So that means that tax dollars, everything.
How does an illegal immigrant
they work in the black market? They're not paying tax. Brad, they're not paying tax if they're illegal. You're not allowed to work unless you have a national insurance number.
We're talking about refugees. We're not talking about immigrants. We're talking about economic migrants. An illegal immigrant.
I was thinking like they had it because over here, like you can be an illegal immigrant, go to school, you can go to school, get a job and stuff like that.
You can't do that anymore.
You can't hear. You can work cash in hand off books. That's the only thing you could do if you're an illegal immigrant. Or you can try and claim asylum. You can try and claim asylum, which means
Rodney, can you let me speak to Danny, please?
£36. Captain, you interrupt every time.
Sorry.
Okay, it's all right. Carry on.
Danny.
Yeah.
I've actually lost the logic of thread of my conversation, but I'll get it in a second, right? See, the clergy plan, do you believe in that?
Oh, the white replacements. I've not looked at this clergy plan. I only know about it because someone had put a post up on VK and someone said, "Oh, are you aware of the clergy plan?" I'm like, well, no, I'm not. What then the one about?
No, you actually need to read the book to get educated, right?
They did come up with the result of it that whites are being replaced, and my reply to that was, growing up in the hometown that I live in, from a very young age, I was aware that white people are being replaced in this country.
But there's a difference between white people getting replaced, right? Like you've read into Dave Coleman, right, about the white race is, the indigenous people. Shouldn't say white race. That's wrong, right? The indigenous people of Great Britain and England in 2066 is going to be replaced.
Yeah,
we're going to be a minority. So, do you agree with that?
Yeah, too. I agree with that. It's definitely going to happen unless we change stuff now. And that doesn't involve repatriation. It just means kicking out Labour and the Tories from Westminster.
Exactly.
It's impossible to do.
Right? See, actually, be quite honest with you, I've spoken to people on your four parties, right? And I haven't got a party, right, who I agree with, right? PA, in my opinion, I could actually mention people in PA, right? I actually quite like Charlie Big Potatoes, things he speaks about, right? I actually quite like him, and I know you've spoke to him on Zabida's channel, right?
Yeah, it makes sense, but then you've got to think on Zabida's. He was asking Muslims to unite with PA. He asked Sasha Johnson for Black Lives Matter to unite with PA.
Right.
Now me, I was on that panel, and if For Britain should ever beg Muslims to unite with For Britain or Black Lives Matter to unite with For Britain, I would not be a member of For Britain if they should ever do such a thing.
Can we talk about how zero immigration will work? Because we skipped over that too fast.
Yeah, do that, Rod.
So we need
quite easily.
We need doctors, we need scientists, we need students. Otherwise, Oxford University would be bankrupt without foreign students. You know that.
For Britain's policy is to stop immigration for 5 years, and these jobs you're talking about to get British people to do them jobs, re-educate them, etc.
Students in university. We need them. We need them.
See what you're talking about.
You know, they pay, Captain Wait, they pay double, I think triple the fees that a British person will pay. So they're keeping the universities afloat. Are you saying we can't let students in?
No, that's a logical. No, that's a logical.
Okay, if someone goes abroad and they marry somebody from another country, they're British, they can't bring their own partner back here.
I don't know what Forbitton's stance is on that, but I could only say my own opinion on that, which might be different to the party. So I'll just dodge that question. I don't know what the policy
Why are you
is on
dodging the
that.
question? But morally,
Well,
what do you
I wouldn't allow it.
Hold on.
Me personally, I wouldn't allow it, but the party probably would allow it.
You wouldn't allow it. You'd break families up. A British person who has the right to bring a partner over will have
The country. The reason why I would do that is because the Liberal left.
Hold on. What if he has children abroad? They're British, but the mother can't come over with the children. Yeah.
I would agree with Rodney, right? I would agree with Rodney there, right? As long as it's not a marriage of convenience, right, to get a British passport, I would agree with you. If somebody's got a partner and they want to move to Britain and they want to take the British culture, not a problem.
Where's the money going to go to fund the universities? The gap in the funding for universities.
Universities? What do you mean? There's loads and loads of money to fund universities. It's funded by the state.
Okay.
That's actually bullshit because she, around the world, elite families actually go to Oxford and Cambridge and they fund themselves. So that's bullshit.
Listen, I'm strong on the immigration. Yeah, I say deport all the illegals. I'm strong in it, but you guys are another level. I mean, zero immigration for 5 years. It just wouldn't work. Our economy would collapse. We need skilled workers.
It wouldn't, because we have the workers here. You see, what's happening? This is what I mean. People need to wake up. What's happening with this global bastard? People are coming over here, taking our jobs, taking the money down, etc., etc. This country is overpopulated. You bring people in. Have you heard of the elected politicians talking of a housing crisis?
Excuse me, Rod. Can you turn down your mic? It's very. Can you turn down your mic?
My mic?
Yeah.
No, Captain. It's very loud. What I was going to say,
what about the football teams? Would you allow players to come over?
Let me address this. Let me address this. We're talking about immigration now.
That's what I'm talking about. Can they come over and work?
The elected politicians talk about the housing crisis. There's no more houses. There's no more houses left in Britain. It's overpopulated. The elected politicians, there's an NHS crisis every single year, by the way, because the NHS, the hospitals, your doctors, your dentists can't cope with the population that we have right now. So
you are talking about council housing and lower income housing. Yes, you're damn right. But I'm saying, why would you stop a millionaire?
No, we're talking about all housing.
He's not going to be taking housing like that. He's going to be taken at the upper level where there actually is a good supply. It's just at the medium and the lower level.
No, can I just
the arguments? Well, let me answer. The arguments for stopping immigration. The arguments for stopping immigration is quite clear. The housing crisis, there's no more houses left in this country, which means no more people can come into it. The NHS,
£20 million houses, mate.
The NHS is on its arse every single year.
Not
just because of COVID. Yeah. The NHS is on its arse every single year, not just because of COVID, and that's because the NHS was invented God knows how many decades ago. It's quite fitting, really, that the NHS is on its arse, and it probably won't be around for much longer because the Liberal left have inflicted mass immigration onto the country because there's no room in hospitals, there's no room in doctors' surgeries, and you're trying to tell me that stopping immigration for a period of 5 years is not a good idea.
High-skilled workers,
Come on, Danny said I could speak after him. I'm not going to a chance to speak, Rodney. Please, can I speak?
No, please, can I? When I've got a point, I've listened to you for an hour.
Okay, can I speak? Can I speak?
He wants to finish off his point. He's having a conversation with him for a minute because you've just said, well, let him finish off his conversation with him.
Can I speak after Rodney then?
You allow high-skilled millionaires to come here. They will contribute to the economy. They'll be paying into the NHS. So they're the kind of people we really need and we really want over here. At the lower level, we don't need unskilled workers because we've got an unemployment problem in this country, an economic problem. But we do need higher skilled workers who will be paying the tax and they'll be filling positions that we can't fill.
No, we
need
got
doctors.
the people.
We need doctors. We need scientists.
We've
need
got
students.
We've got scientists.
Anybody who's got money who's not going to be a burden on the economy should be allowed to come here if they're going to increase the wealth of us.
The forbidden policy is any jobs that we do need, we retrain our people. We put money into educating our own people. We put money into educating our own people to facilitate these jobs instead of importing immigration. Now, you're talking about immigration. Let's just have a look at the last 50 years. The immigration that's been coming into this country isn't good immigration. It's not Finnish accountants. It's not German doctors, is it? It's unskilled Islamic jihad, which is only here to destroy this country.
Well,
can I speak now?
Certainly is. I see your point on that.
They're having a conversation. You've had your hour for a minute. Let them finish off the conversation, like I said, and then you could go in after they finished it. Okay? All right, carry on.
Yeah, go ahead, mate. You were going to say something?
Right.
So, what was I saying? Sorry, I had to do something. Yeah, what was I going to say there before I was interrupted? Yeah, so who's going to fill the positions that I was talking about? And even footballers, you're not going to allow a footballer to come here? I bet you'll allow that, wouldn't you? You've got a team. Who's your team?
Rochdale. We don't need any ethnics. I'm sure Rochdale will be quite safe. We've just we don't have a policy on football, but yeah, the football. It's stop all immigration for 5 years, and then you're talking about
the Premier League. The Premier League will collapse without immigration, without new players coming in.
Well, it would make English football so much better, wouldn't it? Young English footballers getting a number and the chance to go on the substitutes bench instead of some Ghanaian or some Italian prima donna that's not going to do anything to serve this country on the football pitch when it comes to a World Cup. And you think they could compete in Europe? You think they can compete well in Europe? I don't care about competing in the European Cup. I care about competing in World Cups.
Hold on. Can I get this clear? You don't want any foreigner to work in the UK, to do any kind of work in the UK, yeah?
No, the policy is for a 5-year period. The policy is for a 5-year period. Cut immigration. It does have small print, like unless there's exceptional circumstances. So when you're talking about doctors and stuff, there is a small print for saying unless it's like really exceptional circumstances. But footballers don't fall into that narrative. Footballers aren't exceptional. Footballers are just normal people.
We can't have Wimbledon. Is that what you're saying to me? Because the foreigners will be coming over and playing in Wimbledon.
That's nothing to do with immigration. Immigration means citizenship. Immigration means you have a right to live in England. You see, for Britain's policy is to stop immigration.
But you've got to tell us where do you draw the line? That's temporary.
It's got work visas in the immigration policy. There's work visas, temporary work visas, which covers your
how temporary?
Thing about The forbidden immigration policy is to stop all immigration for a 5-year period, and in
Yeah, you
exceptional
told me that 10 times, but what's
Well,
the
yes,
temporary
I'm finishing off
period?
what it says. And in exceptional circumstances, there may be a temporary work visa applied. So, how can you argue with that?
So that's
Like basically, if
subjective.
we're desperate for a dentist, and there's a Iraqi dentist that wants to, well, not Iraqi, it won't be an Iraqi.
Yeah, but we're not desperate for tennis players,
Christ,
are
no,
we?
we
So we have
won't.
to
We
scrap
won't be
that.
importing Islam.
We have to
It'd
scrap
be more
the
like
Champions League as well,
it'd
yeah?
be more like a
Because-
French dentist.
So we'll scrap the Champions League because they'll be coming over working, won't they?
How's that working? There's a difference
they're
between.
making money in the UK. They'll be making money in the UK, won't they?
Right,
Oh,
can I speak now?
Immigration and the Champions League is two totally different things. You're allowed to go on. You're allowed to come to England as a tourist.
All right, Captain, you going in
Technically, they'll be working here, though, wouldn't they? And you don't want any foreigners working here.
What? No, I've
Can I
just
speak?
I've just explained what the policy is. It's to stop all
Exceptional.
immigration.
But what is exceptional? And what's the temporary one?
Exceptional
How
would
temporary
mean if
is it?
there's a massive shortage of heart surgeons and we can't, and there's no way possible that we can educate our own heart surgeons in a very unlikely event of this, and we desperately need them. There'll be a work, there won't be citizenship. There'll be a work visa applied, which is how most countries operate. Actually,
I'm giving
most
you
countries
examples of
like
sport.
Australia and
I'm
America
trying to tell
operate
you-
this way.
Yeah, I'm giving you example of, say, sports events because I'm trying to tell you how.
Well,
how
sports
basic this is,
sports
how
isn't
the basic
work,
things
is it?
that we enjoy would be affected. Now, could Anthony Joshua face the American champion of the world? The American champion of the world has to come over here and work, yeah?
Of course. No, you can come over and do something like that on a temporary visa.
This is the
You're allowed.
bullshit curveballs and all that.
Yes,
This is
it
the
would be
bullshit curveballs, right? Can I speak? See,
Go on, Captain.
see the four parties you've mentioned. The four parties, they're not even parties, right? Everyone is unelectable, right? You need a point system, right? We need doctors here. We need heart surgeons. It's got to be a point system, right? The same as Australia. That's the way it's got to be. And it's like illegal immigrants, chuck all them out. And it's the same as criminals, chuck them out. If you don't want to embrace Britain and you don't want to embrace this culture, you throw them out, right? But it's you've got to have immigration. You've got to have immigration because we need to build this country. We need to build this country. And
Well,
it's
they're gonna
obviously
decide,
not
you know, how they just feel. They're not going to put it into policy. So you can have sporting events, it sounds like, because that isn't too important.
Captain,
but on other things, you can't have doctors, you can't have dentists, no accountants, no students, nothing like that.
Captain, Forbidden is electable because Forbidden
who's gonna
actually
kick
does
them in
have
the
that
league
policy.
when they can't find a
Forbidden's
chef?
policy. Like
So there's no chefs coming in for 5 years, yeah? No chefs. So how's that going to
Forbidden's
affect the
policy results in a points-based system after 5 years of no immigration. That's if they're elected again. So they have to get elected.
And where's the point policy? Can I see that point?
If somebody's a heart surgeon or somebody's a football player or
How's it working?
somebody's...
The country's got 6... Captain, can you not see how these globalists have run this country? This country has got 68 million people in population. And if it can't be self-sufficient to produce its own doctors, its own dentists, its own engineers, then it's a fucking shithole, isn't it? Australia
Right.
copes, and it's got 20 million people.
And who is the
And
globalist?
I've lived
Who
in
is
Australia
the
actually,
globalist?
and I would
no,
gladly
Captain.
go back
not
to
just
Australia.
Who is the globalist?
There's loads of different globalists. So who do you think is
Farage,
globalist?
Nigel Farage, that's one. Tories, Labour, Lib Dems, they're all globalists.
So do you believe the same as myself? You vote for Labour, you vote for Conservative, and you're just voting two cheeks at the same arsehole. it doesn't matter.
Well, the way it's evolved now, Labour, Jesus. You vote for Labour, you're voting for anti-whiteness, anti-British. You're voting to have your jobs taken away by immigrants with Labour. Labour's dead.
You vote for Conservative, you're voting the same because Boris Johnson let loads of immigrants in.
Yeah, I agree, Captain.
There was actually a guy that won his case today, Active Patriot. You follow Active?
Yeah, Active Patriot. Oh, yeah.
Well, he won his case today, and he's a good guy, and he's against immigration. And
Active's against immigration. I mean, he's a bit, I don't know. Politically, we don't see eye to eye, I suppose, because he's into English Democrats. But I mean, you can't. The English Democrats is too small a party to do anything, and it wants to break up the union.
Okay, you're talking my language now, right? Because what I've tried to do for about the last 4 months is get Civ Nats and Ethno Nats uniting, but they won't do that. Why? They're just the same.
No, Captain, you see, everyone's united apart from these people who proclaim to be Ethno Nats. There's no such thing as an Ethno Nat. These people who proclaim to be Ethno Nats, Patriotic Alternative, aren't ethno nationalists. They are national socialists.
I'm not national socialist. I'm certainly not national socialist.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is the people who you've heard this rhetoric from are national socialists. They support Hitler. They hate Jews, and they don't love the country. They're more focused on hating Jewish people. That's not nationalism. That's not ethno-nationalism. But these people who you keep going on, that you keep hearing on YouTube, who are saying we're ethno-nationalists, they aren't a party. They're just, and they're very left-wing, actually, when you look at them. You've seen on Zubida's, I'm sure you saw me on that show with Charlie Big Potatoes.
I totally agree with you, fighting back for Britain. They're very common. They come across communists, and they come across like the far left. I've said it for years. They are the same.
Yeah.
Right.
With
ISIS and the extreme.
What is national socialism got to do with nationalism and British nationalism? I'm not talking about the British nationalism, right? I'm talking about British nationalism, right? What is that got to do with national socialism?
Well, it's got nothing to do with National Socialism. I'm just saying, Patriotic Alternative, Mark Collett, they've got this beef, they've got this obsession with the Jewish people.
I don't agree with Mark Collett. I've said that extensively.
Well, why do you keep saying you're an ethno-nationalist? Because it's only them who keep talking about it, and they're branding everybody else Civ Nats. And actually, the way it's portrayed, when they first started doing it, I'd first joined for Britain, and I thought, all right, these people, I thought to myself, I've just joined for Britain. These people are like opposition. They're going to become a party. Right. So I started, I thought, right, I've joined for Britain. I'm not leaving. This is a tin pot party. I'm going to destroy it. And I was going at it on Telegram groups with these people. And actually, I've looked at them. They've applied in, I think it's 18 months now. They've applied 3 times to the Electoral Commission. Now, it's not impossible to become a party. It's Jada Franson's done it with a British Freedom Party, and she did it at her first attempt.
Fight for Britain. What do you think? What do you think about Jada Franson?
I quite like her, to be honest. I watched that live stream, but I'm for Britain. I'm not. I'm with the biggest party. I'm not going to be leaving for Britain, but I support her. I'm not going to slag other small parties. That for Britain's not a small party. It's got major party status. But for Britain once was. My political history, I was UKIP before for Britain, so I like for Britain, like them very much. But I don't. I won't slag off another party that is similar to for Britain. I'm not going to, even over opposition.
Right, there's the kind of things I wanted to pick up, like you said about the illegal immigrants are taking all our jobs. Well, where I live, okay.
Well, I didn't say that because illegal immigrants aren't allowed to work.
I mean, all the immigrants have taken what I tell you what, right? Where
I didn't say that either, but
yeah,
probably true.
Well, anyway, where I live, there was loads of when I first moved down there was care jobs everywhere. Care jobs were everywhere. I know people were sitting on their asses before the immigration came here into my town. These jobs were available for years and years. Fruit picking, anything else, working as a cleaner or anything. Now, me personally, the people like that came into my town, they done all the jobs were left anyway. And so I don't think they are taking all our jobs. Yeah, they're taking the minimum jobs, but they're not taking the top end jobs, as far as I'm concerned.
This is what I mean. It kind of happened with freedom of movement in the EU. I know in my job as a lorry driver,
it changed a big thing.
I'm a HGV driver, and I know that it was around 2005 when freedom of movement came in, and I know now currently. At my age, I'm earning the exact. I'm doing about the same I'm mirroring my father, who was a HGV driver. I'm doing about the same amount of hours as what he did at his age, and I'm earning the same wage. The difference is my father. The difference is my father was 35 in the 80s. And I'm 35 now, and I'm earning the same wage. Whereas in the 80s, it was a hell of a lot more. I'm talking about the exact same number. We're talking about 32, 35 grand. And he was earning that in the 80s. But in the 80s, 35 grand was a lot more than it is today.
You see, my thing is, I'll just finish. Please let me get a word in. What I was going to say is, me personally, right, I think it should be rewording this and saying controlled immigration and responsibility for immigration. Now the problem is this wouldn't have been so much a problem if Tony Blair did his job and not just say, well, all come in and not check on people, vet them and that. I just think, and don't forget, people who are with a different background have been here since the 60s, and they are British themselves. Do you know what I mean? Their mum and dads have come over here. So how are we going to work out? Are you just saying stop put a zero tolerance on illegal immigrants?
No, for Britain. No, I'm not Mark Collette. For Britain's policy.
No. What I'm saying, just say no. We've got to have a tough stance on illegal immigrants, which I agree with. The illegals,
illegal immigrants means that they've got no right in being here, so they don't get. I mean, the Tories are talking about, and they can't even deport them to France. The Tories, they're talking about it, and they're not doing it. For Britain's policy isn't to deport them to France.
Because they're not people. They're not people.
For Britain's policy is to deport them back to their country of origin. So if they've come all the way from Iraq into Europe,
you're on about refugees, aren't you?
Yeah. They get caught coming into Britain illegally. They get deported.
Right.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Can I speak now? Can I speak, please?
They would not. You see, with that policy, if you understand that policy, they would not try and come from France to Britain, would they? If they think, shit, I'm in France, I'm in Europe.
I'm trying to finish. Wait a minute. What I was going to say to you,
this is why there's common sense to the policies, you see, because these refugees wouldn't even try coming to Britain.
I really do think we need to have double checks. And these illegal immigrants are coming over by the sea. I've noticed they're all adult men.
They won't come with our policy, would they? If they get deported back to Iraq.
Can I ask Danny a couple of questions? And here's the two questions, right? The first one is, why are we talking about immigration, right? We're talking about immigration all the time. Why does it not cut off at the source? And that's the first one, right? The second one is...
We're talking illegal immigration. We're not talking about we're talking about illegals.
But illegal illegal immigration has gone to the source. That's the Kalergi plan, and that's basically false governments, right? And the second one is, what's your opinion on Vinny? Because you've mentioned 4 other ones. What do you think of Vinny Sullivan?
Vinny Sullivan. To be honest, I didn't know about Vinny Sullivan until this year, because I was furloughed off work at the start of this year. NHS was saying on my wrist, blah blah blah. So I went on YouTube. First time I've been on YouTube. I didn't know about Vinny Sullivan. Didn't know who he was. But then when he got his name kept getting mentioned with this PA lot, and I've only been on. It was on Wendy Woo's channel. Vinny Sullivan.
That's correct.
And yeah, he didn't. I have looked into his. He seems to distance himself from Patriotic Alternative, but then he seems to go on about this this false narrative that the Jews run the world, etc. The Jews are so. He's basically a nobody. You know what I mean? He's basically a nobody who buys into it. So. Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's a nobody. I think he's a very intelligent guy. If you actually listen to Vinny debating with people, I think he's a very intelligent person.
He might be, but I mean, what I was saying was in politics. I've been in politics for a few years. I was in UKIP.
Right. Okay.
Before now, I was in UKIP.
Well,
then I went Brexit Party. Then I went
in my opinion, I think he could blast Paul Golden, Anne-Marie Waters. Mark Collette is a very intelligent guy, but he's, as you said, his own Nazi mindset. I think he could blast Tommy. He wouldn't actually want to debate with Tommy because Vinny is a very intelligent guy and he can debate with him. The only one out there, the ones that I mentioned, would actually beat him on a debate who's a very intelligent person is Mark Collette. Mark Collette is unelectable and PA is unelectable.
You like Charlie Big Potatoes, but Charlie Big Potatoes wants 100% white in this country, and you said you didn't want that.
Charlie Big Potatoes doesn't want that as well. And incidentally, as I said, I've listened to Charlie Big Potatoes. He doesn't want 100%.
Oh, come on, man! He has said it. He wants to repatriate everybody back.
Captain, have you seen Anne-Marie Waters in debates? Because they're on YouTube.
A few times, yes.
And you seriously think Vinny Sullivan would be able to be in the same league as Anne-Marie Waters?
But Vinny Sullivan would absolutely destroy her. It's the same as Tommy. It's the same as Tommy. Vinny Sullivan is actually down platform. Vinny Sullivan with Tommy, and I'm not a Tommy fan, right?
Captain,
obviously, I'm not a Tommy fan.
I've also been on Zubida's, as you know, and I've seen Vinny Sullivan. He was weak with Zubida. He went on Zubida's channel, and he was weak, very weak, and seemed very pro-Islam and only concerned about the Jews. So how could he debate Anne-Marie Waters? Because the problems in this country aren't from the Jews, they're from Islam.
Well, I don't think it's the Jews. I think it's globalist. It's not the Jews.
Well, yeah, it's globalist. But we have got a lot of problems in this country with Islam. We can't ignore. We can't ignore, can we? There's grooming gangs running around the place, raping young children in the name of jihad.
No, the globalist that runs the world, there's a lot of the globalists are Jews, right? But it's no Jews.
What does Vinny know about this, though? Because from the evidence I've seen, he knows nothing about it. He's obsessed with Jews. And he wants to unite with Islam.
I don't think he does. I think he actually sees the kind of comparisons with Islam.
I'm just going off debates. He's been on Zubida's, and Zubida was challenging him a lot, and he was very weak. He was sticking up for the British. Now, you've seen me on Zubida's channel, and I've only gone on there. I've only gone on there to stick up for British heritage.
Are you the same person that was on New Year's Eve?
Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit pissed that time.
Right, no, that's fine. That's fine actually. I was actually on Emily Lucas channel, and then I went on to Wasps, and then after I spoke to Emily to about 3 o'clock in the morning, I listened to you on Zabidis.
Yeah,
and that's
CHI Challenger.
That's how I kind of know about you.
Yeah, CI challenges, Lam, but Vinny didn't do it once. That's what I'm saying. He's weak. He's weak. I don't see how he could handle Anne-Marie Waters. I really don't.
Right. Okay. Do you not think Anne-Marie Waters gets a bad name?
Well, she can't change her name, can she? She's christened
No,
Anne-Marie Waters.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean she's called the Vodka Queen. Do you know what I mean by that? She's like pissed all the time.
Oh no, she's not. She hardly bloody drinks. I've met Anne-Marie Waters.
Hello there. Am I in the chat?
Yeah.
Hi, Goofy.
Yes.
Hello,
I've
people.
met Anne-Marie at a few events, and she's never touched a drink. She's had sparkling water.
Right. Okay. Well, sparkling water with vodka.
No. You can tell.
I'm not saying there's anything against getting drunk and all that, because I get drunk all the time. Obviously, I'm drunk now, right? But
I've been in pubs. I've been in pubs with Anne-Marie Waters, and I've been supping pints.
You've been in pubs with Anne-Marie Waters. Right? Okay,
Yeah, after events, I've been in boozers with Anne-Marie Waters, and she's not touched a drop. I've only been a member since February. Maybe she drunk before then. Since February last year, obviously. Maybe she drunk before then, but I don't know. But you look at historic videos of Anne-Marie Waters when she was in UKIP, none of them come across like she was intoxicated. And yeah, PA like to try and pull this narrative of drunk, etc. It's like, are you seriously telling me that is Mark Collette some kosher queen where he don't drink, he don't eat bacon, he don't eat biscuits?
No. Well, I could tell you things about PA. If you want to talk about things about PA, there's like Dangerfield, right? A guy that shags dogs and fucking shags.
I know it's all.
Right,
Millennial
okay, you know
Wars.
all right. There's
Millennial Wars, the guys who was infested with STDs and got chucked out of the party for jumping on a young and underage girl at the party conference. I know everything about PA.
That's correct. And then the other one of the organisers of PA that had actually a guy that was staying in his house. His house was actually
a nonce.
A paedophile.
Yeah.
It was a nonce, and it wasn't actually known as a nonce, right? He'd actually been charged as a nonce, and he'd actually been charged. He was, right?
Yes.
So, as I told you, I'm not a PA fan. I'm not a PA fan.
Yeah,
as I said,
you boys. You talk a lot about these parties and these various people. You do realise that most of them will never be elected.
That's
they
correct.
Won't be elected. I mean, you mentioned Mark Collette. He's an idiot. He's a mod on Dangerfield, the man you was talking about, that lies about his antics, and he's got all sorts of wild stories. And he lives abroad.
Good. Can I just interject? I wouldn't say the guy's an idiot, right? I don't like him either, right? I wouldn't say he's an idiot. He's a very intelligent person, and he can debate.
I think you're mistaken. I think you're mistaken a big mouth for intelligence. He speaks a lot about a very small subject. He hasn't got a wider intelligence about other things. He's no social awareness. He's very narrow-minded. His parents were very narrow-minded. I've seen documentaries on him. Vinny's lost the plot. He's on very right-wing and neo-Nazi. It's all come out in the wash. What would you do with the people that live here now that are of a different coloured skin to us? I'm white.
What would I do?
Yes.
Nothing.
So.
Apart from
you claim to be an ethnat.
I'm an ethnat.
The policy is to throw everybody out the country.
No. It's Goofy. you're falling into the same trap. FNAT doesn't mean you're for everyone. I mean, I'm not peer. These people who, what I'm saying is, these people who are going around saying there's this division between FNAT and SafeNAT, it's a false narrative. I don't class myself as an FNAT.
Well, I know that was Peter, but
I don't class myself
there is
as
confusion. There's confusion.
I class myself
Now,
as a for Britain
Britain
nationalist.
First, I've not read their new manifesto and their policies.
Britain First aren't a party, so they're not going to have a
Now,
manifesto.
I do like Anne-Marie. I've always liked Anne-Marie from the days she was on TV with Douglas Murray and the thing, and talking about Islam and educating the TV program, the masses, you know, the mainstream. But like all these parties, I mean, she left UKIP under a cloud.
UKIP's dead. UKIP. I mean, I used to be
UKIP is dead. I know UKIP's dead in the water now. Interestingly, in Wales, UKIP is making a resurgence, and so are the far right parties. They're coming down. I've seen Paul Golding down there interviewing outside the immigrant camp with the Welsh boys.
Yeah, but Paul Golding's not a registered party. He's not an option.
No, I know he's not, but he's coming down. And he mentioned, I noticed he mentioned Tommy Robinson's name in his interview. He tried to associate himself with Tommy Robinson in the interview he had by dropping his name, and I thought, well, that's politics. He's trying to garnish Tommy Robinson supporters. And this is what I see with a lot of these parties. The PA, I don't agree with their policies. Britain First, I've got to look into more deeply. But
they don't have policies. They don't have because they're not a registered party. That's what I'm saying.
I know, but their manifesto, what they say they're going to do, is idiotic.
It don't matter. It don't matter what they say they're going to do if they're not an option on the ballot paper.
Well, it does matter. I think it does matter. I think you've got to have great foundations. If you don't
can't have a manifesto unless you're a registered political party that people can vote
Well, you can
for.
write out the outlines of your ideas and notions of what you aim to achieve, and that is a kind of manifesto. And
people can't vote for it.
Well, I didn't say they could vote for it, but you could.
What's the point? What's the point in doing something? It's just a grifting
Well, you say it to the
machine.
public, don't you? You know, if you can promote your ideas and the sensible ideas, people will be more likely to listen and look at the ideas in depth. And
People need
what they
to.
are on the paper and they're idiotic and they don't make no sense.
People
then
need to
will
realise the difference between these organisations and these parties,
Well,
these
this is
political
the
parties.
only way people will differentiate is by looking at the statements of what these people make and the policies and who adheres to them within their ranks and memberships, and all sing off the same ink sheet. I know you're doing this now. I can see you're doing it for Britain First. And you've thought about it. I can see that.
I'm doing it not for Britain First. I'm doing it for Britain.
Well, that's semantics. It's semantics.
For Britain's a registered party. It's got major party status.
I did mean that. Sorry, I misquoted. I missaid the party, but the Anne-Marie's party. Yeah, the Anne-Marie's party. Well, this is where the confusion lies as well in the names. You know, it reminds me of the Monty Python. You know, the Popular Front of Judea and the Judean Popular Front and things. But this is how it looks to people. It looks ridiculous.
You brought up a good point there, because if Britain First are fighting to become a political party, but Britain First under the Electoral Commission rules wouldn't be allowed to be called Britain First because it would be too similar to For Britain, so they would have to change their name should they become a party, because For Britain's already a registered political party. You see what I mean?
Well, I'm look at the chat now, Rod. They jump on, right, and it's the same with you, Jack. Jump on, right, and I'll debate you about this, right? Vinny is not a Nazi. Vinny is not.
I didn't say Vinny's a Nazi. I said he's not a Nazi.
I've seen him claim lots of things in interviews.
There's
over
people on the
years.
side chat saying Vinny's a Nazi. Vinny's not a Nazi, and it's the same as me. I've not got Nazi beliefs either, right? And people saying that Vinny on the side chat, I'm the same side of the streets, and Vinny.
I don't.
And
If you've noticed in this stream, I've never once said Mark Collette and Patriotic Alternative the Nazis. I refuse to use that name because
This
that's what the
Charlie
left.
Falsford,
That's what the left call
he's
the
a
centre-right.
neo-Nazi.
I said
and
National
he's in a-
Socialist.
They're joining in the coalition with the Black Lives Matter and the Islamists. Very
Yeah,
plain to see.
yeah,
And
you're right there,
jumped on
Goofy.
Zoom
You're
leaders,
right there.
and
You-
they're an alliance who don't like the Jewish people
You're right.
for whatever reason they've got, and it's a similar kind of idea
Left California.
to what the neo-Nazis had.
Regulatory friendly states.
Yeah, you're right, Goofy. The experience I've had, I mean, Pierre's made a lot of huff and puff about forbidden people not debating them. But when I went on to Readers, you had Charlie Big Potatoes, etc. And actually, the Muslims watching that would think that I'm more further right than Charlie Big Potatoes and the others, because Charlie Big Potatoes and the others from Pierre was what, and then when Sasha Johnson jumped on the same stream, he wanted to unite Muslims and Black Lives Matter with Patriotic Alternative. Forbidden would never do that because these are enemies to nationalism. Do you know what I mean? There's a clear difference here.
That's an actual different thing that you're talking about, because they can see the big picture and who's running the world, right? It's globalists that's running the world, and that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, but Forbidden's against globalists. Forbidden's for nationalism. Forbidden's the opposite of patriotic alternative because we don't support Adolf Hitler. That's the difference.
But either there's Vinny in that. Vinny doesn't support Adolf Hitler. Vinny's a nationalist. He's not a national socialist.
Vinny does. Whoa. Vinny does support Adolf Hitler because he was on a live stream on the Beaters. He was constantly talking about Jews. And then he went on Wendy Wu's channel, actually, Vinny Sullivan, and he was actually promoting and he was supporting Adolf Hitler as a good man. And Vinny Sullivan, the impression I got from Vinny Sullivan when he went on Wendy Wu's channel was he was a big Adolf Hitler fan.
The captain, can I ask you a question? I was asked in the chat. Yeah, I was asked in the chat. I don't know what this is about.
I was
asked to talk to you about the swimming pools. What's the swimming pools about?
There was a swimming pool in Auschwitz. There was a swimming pool in Auschwitz. Auschwitz was not a death camp.
For who? Who used the swimming pool?
Everybody.
Was there a diving board?
I don't know. A diving board, obviously, that was about 19.
You've just lost all credibility there, Captain. You've lost all your credibility. I was giving you the benefit.
How big was this pool? Can you describe the pool, please? How big was it?
I don't know how big it was. Did you know there was orchestras in?
How do you know it wasn't for the guards only?
Do you know there was orchestras at Auschwitz as well? Have you actually looked into the Second World War? This is a different discussion.
I think you've been reading too much David Ivey, and he was dismissed. He lost his house.
We need to hear out Captain though, because I think Captain, he keeps mentioning ethno-nationalism. I think he's been radicalised, but he does.
But can we find out about the swimming pool? This is the important.
I think he's been radicalised, and he doesn't truly believe.
Go on. Hang on, guys. Let Rodney ask you the question properly. Captain, answer it properly. Go on, Rodney. Go.
Where's the evidence of the swimming pool? Sorry.
I've not been radicalised. Why does everybody say that? I've been groomed.
Where's the evidence? The evidence of this swimming pool that you're talking about?
There was a swimming pool in Auschwitz, and there was an orchestra at Auschwitz as well. And actually, see if you actually look at Auschwitz itself, right?
Do you not think that it's possible that some of the Jews were talented in musical instruments and they were used to entertain the guards and certain Germans. No?
Have you ever read Schindler's? Have you ever read?
Yeah, but what about the swimming pool? What would they get out of giving them the swimming pool? So, okay, you starve them to death and you give them a swimming pool. Is that what the idea was? How does that work? How would you give them a swimming pool?
Read about Hans
Give them
Frank.
something
maybe
in one
start with
hand and
that
take
one,
everything from the other.
and then maybe Primo Levi, and then read about the Schindler's List, and then from there you can look into it deeper.
Read about Schindler's List, right? Schindler's List is basically a lot of shite. It's a lot of shite, Schindler's List, right? That's the same as like Anne Frank's diary. It's been proven a lot of shite.
A bit like the swimming pool, though. Come on.
German people are actually horrible people. They're like English people. They're very, very civilized. Do you actually believe this? Do you actually believe the narrative? If you actually look into the narrative, it's nothing like that. If you believe in the
It certainly happened, but I don't know about the numbers, though. But whatever the case, people did die. It was cruelty, and you can't glamorize anything about this. You can't say they were given a good life, given a swimming pool. There was an orchestra. You know, they were living well. There's evidence that they wasn't.
Right, okay.
I knew a woman that has been in Auschwitz. I met her personally.
Right, what about the bombing at Dresden? What about the bombing in Hamburg? What about the bombing in Nuremberg, right? What about the rape of German people after the Second World War? The Second World War, basically, the second wave of Russians raped German people to death. But these German people don't count. I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in wars, right? I've always advocated that wars is wrong. War is wrong.
I know somebody who's reading the same website as you. I bet you read that. You go to that website called Jew Watch, don't you?
I've never been on that in my life. Never been on that in my life.
Captain,
David Ivey bloody documentaries or something like that. You know, listening to this fool of a man who lost his house and his professional career by making lies up.
Captain, could I I think there's a very fitting speech here. I've written it down. It's from it's not my speech. It's from J.F. Kennedy Jr.
Who was a great guy?
75. Well, he's still alive, so you think he's great. Listen to his words. 75 years ago, Hermann Goering testified at the Nuremberg trials. He was asked, "How did you make the German people go along with this?" And he said, "It's an easy thing. It's not anything to do with Nazism. It has to do with human nature. The only thing that governments need to make people into slaves is fear. And if you can figure out something to make them scared, you can get them to do anything that you want."
And that sounds a bit like coronavirus as well.
Governments love pandemics. They love pandemics for the same reason that they can love war, because it gives them the ability to impose controls on the population that the population would otherwise never accept. The UK is the second biggest financial contributors in the world to the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset. It's time to resist the new normal. Obviously, I added bits to that, but I'd written down. Yeah.
I would agree totally with that. Because
Hermann Goering said it was nothing to do with Nazism. It's to do with what so that defeats your narrative that the German people are good people. Blah blah blah. They voted in socialism, because let's not forget that Adolf Hitler was a far left socialist. National Socialism is socialism. The left wing.
It's no far right. I agree.
I'm more far right. I'm more far right than Adolf Hitler because he was a socialist, and I'm not far right. I'm centre right. But That's how he controlled the German people, through fear, by Hermann Goering at the Nuremberg trials.
There's a book that was published in 1938 I have in my hand. It's called Propaganda. Are you listening, Captain? It's called Propaganda Boom by A.J. Mackenzie. I suggest you look the book up. It tells you exactly how these parties play out and how they put together. It was written in 1938. I had it on my bookcase next to my copy from 1938 of my struggle, the Adolf Hitler book, Mein Kampf, you know. I have them next to each other, and they parrot each other. When you read through them, they parrot each other. You know, they're very similar. And talks about Jews all the time. Jew this, Jew that, the Jew's a bad man, the Jew's this. None of that is true.
I don't believe Jews are bad people. I don't believe Jews are bad people. How do you think I'm a Jew hater? That's the way it's coming across, and I'm not like that. I'm not anti-Semitic by any means.
You think the Holocaust was a holiday camp?
Yeah,
I never said the whole. I never said the whole.
I know the website you've been reading. I know them, and they're very, very anti-Jew.
Right, I've never read things like that. What I'm saying is the whole Auschwitz was not a death camp; it was a work camp. And see, actually,
how many died then? How many
taking the piss? Are you taking the piss?
It wasn't a death camp.
Seriously, you're taking the piss. Are you just holding that? Hang on, Rod. Hang on.
I think there's a red card.
Let me step in here. Are you really taking the fucking piss?
No,
Seriously?
there was 4 death
Where
camps.
the fuck did you hear that from?
This is actually.
Hang on, Captain. Let me have my say, because I'm listening to your crap. Yeah, and it is fucking crap. But I mean, fucking all right. Go on and talking about it. But when you're talking, no, shush. I'm talking. Yeah, it's a load of bollocks. It's a load of bollocks. How about all the big fucking ovens they were putting? How about all the fucking bodies thrown just like trash on a heap? You're saying it was a fucking working place?
As I said, there was 4 death camps. It was Sobibor, Treblinka, Belzec.
And they're all to kill people who were different to Hitler. Yeah. And they had other camps. He wanted them dead. He wanted them dead.
How many do you think died in these camps?
When you talk about Auschwitz,
how many millions died? Do you know how many died?
See if you talk about Auschwitz, right? Everybody thinks automatically Jews, right? See if you actually look on the
Polish, Hungarian, Bulgarian, all of them were murdered.
Disabled people, homosexuals, Romanian gypsies, political prisoners. There was actually loads of people that was in Auschwitz, the same as Dachau.
You're just repeating what I said. I just said this to you, or I just gave you certain factors. It was a fucking death camp, not a fucking work camp. I've always said.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Can I ask you something?
Hang on, Rodney, please. Rodney, please, just a second.
You agree there was disabled people there, yeah? So they put disabled people in the work camp? Are you serious?
Rodney, can I just jump in here a moment?
Right, Goofy, let Goofy say something. Captain, let Goofy say something. Go on. Dale, and if Dale wants to say something, he can say something afterwards.
Captain, let me address you for 1 second. I'll be very short. You said 4 death camps. Do you know how many camps there were that the Nazis had between 1939 and 1945? 44,000 camps. 44,000. Now, where does that fit into your 4 death camps? Out of the 44,000 Nazi camps, how many of them do you say were death camps? Only 4?
There was only 4 death camps, and it's been proven. And they were death camps that killed people. and they
Out of
killed people.
44,000 camps between 1939 and 1945, which the
No,
Germans had.
no,
44,000. You're telling me there was only 4 death camps? Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. I'm actually talking about death camps that killed people, and it's well documented, right? It's the same as, like, you see the German people, they actually are the Third Reich, not the German people. They documented things extensively, right? It's the same as a thing called Einstengruben, right? I don't know if you know that, right? It's basically when the Third Reich went into Russia after the first wave of SS. There was a kind of second wave. They rounded people up. They got them to dig their pits, and they shot them. And that's well documented. It's well documented.
Captain, can I just say to you, the only fucking swimming pools they had in them fucking camps were fucking blood pools. Right? You're talking a load of bollocks. And you're really disrespecting the people's families.
I'm not disrespecting
Yes,
anything.
you are, because you're saying it was a holiday camp. They had fucking swimming pools. The only swimming pool they had was full of bloody blood and broken bones.
I never said it was a holiday camp. I said there was a swimming pool in Auschwitz and there was an orchestra.
Yeah, it was full of blood bones, probably. It wasn't for their fucking leisure, was it?
Captain, do you know that concentration camps existed years before World War II kicked off in Germany?
Of course it did.
And they were executing Jews then. They was executing Roma gypsies.
No, they weren't executing Jews. It was political prisoners. It was basically Marxists.
It was Roma gypsies. Roma gypsies. There was a lot of Roma gypsies in Germany, way before World War II. Under Adolf Hitler's regime, he was executing Roma gypsies,
Captain,
Bulgarians, basically.
Research. I think you need to look deeper into this. I think you've been sold a pub. Yeah, you're going down the wrong road.
No, I don't think I'm, because I've actually known this for years and years, because actually getting alternative history, I could get alternative history about other things, about...
If you knew it about years and years, correct me then, was it not Roma gypsies that he was executing in concentration camps in the early 1930s?
Have you read the transcripts of the Nuremberg trials? I think you should maybe go there and read the transcripts of what everybody said and what was said by the Germans and the witnesses.
Well, you can actually get into, if you get into the Nuremberg trials, you can get into the Maladay massacre, right? And it was basically, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. It was about 33 SS that was going to get hung, and there was only 2 that got hung. The guy that was...
I know about the Maladay massacre, and they made a movie on it.
The guy that was the leader of that SS division wasn't even there, and he was going to get hung, but he was actually going to get hung with his battalion.
Only how the leaders are never there to pay for the crimes.
And actually,
he got stories and other people to cover up for him.
He got a death sentence, but I think he got 10 years, and his leader, Sepp Dietrich, got about 15 years, and they basically, after the war, it kind of stopped, right? I'm trying to think the guy's name. Can't recall it just now. But
I think it was 1933 that the Nazis started executing people in concentration camps. They was executing Roma gypsies before they started getting rid of Jews.
If it was 1933, Adolf Hitler only got into power in 1933. Adolf Hitler only got into power in 1933 and died allegedly, but already went to Argentina in 1945.
Well, 1933, I've been to Berlin and I've seen the memorial for the Roma gypsies. And I know that they was executing Roma gypsies in concentration camps, because there's a memorial in Berlin and I've been to it.
Which they did, right? And that's actually common knowledge, but you could actually say man's went to the moon. You could go to somewhere in America and you could talk about the moon landings, but it's a lot of bullshit.
Did I hear you correctly earlier on today on WASP saying the Earth is flat?
What?
Captain, did you say the Earth is flat today on WASPs?
That's correct. That's what.
Captain, you've just admitted that the Nazis was murdering people in the early 1930s.
No,
in concentration camps. In concentration camps.
They were murdering people since 1940.
No,
1940.
1933.
1933, Hitler actually got elected, and it was like a purge, and it was him and what was the other guy's name? Hindenburg. It was a joint party, and then other things happened, and then Hitler.
Yeah, he got
over.
elected, and then there was concentration camps instantly, murdering Roma gypsies. But Churchill weren't bothered about Roma gypsies. He knew it was going on. He was Churchill was bothered when they started invading places.
Hitler was bothered about a certain tribe which he got financed by, and that's the reason that Churchill was started the war, because
you've admitted that he was murdering Jews, not Jews, Roma gypsies in concentration camps.
That'd be fucking illogical. No, they murdered Jews, they murdered gypsies, they murdered gays.
So how's that good? How is that a good thing?
Disabled. They never murdered disabled in concentration camps. Actually,
let me jump in here. Let me jump in because people who say stopping immigration is a bad thing. Actually, it's not a bad thing. People who say the Forbidden Manifesto, for instance, would be an outrageous thing. It's not an outrageous thing because Britain is full. We're not going to throw people back who are black, brown, etc. But one minute, Goofy. This patriotic alternative narrative of repatriation will be a thing of the future when they start becoming a minority. When they start becoming a majority. When they start becoming a majority, you've already got Sadiq Khan in power.
Who was there? You mentioned
ethnic minorities.
Are these the blacks or are these?
No, I'm merely talking.
Who you referring to as there?
The main aggressive force is Islam. However, before coming on this stream, I was on a stream on G Block, and then some black guy jumped on and started talking about. He took offence to me saying if I was talking about the narrative, Black Lives Matter, being racist on Churchill statue. He took offence to me saying that how dare they, because they've spread racist on the statue of the guy that saved them.
Was that EIE? Was that the Ross?
He's the most. I tell you, he's the most racist.
I basically
said,
he's
on 9EBIS channel. He has blocked all the white people on there. You go on there. He's a model. I basically said, how dare he come on here? Because he was promoting, he was basically supporting Adolf Hitler because he hates white people. Yeah. And I basically said, how dare he? Because Black Lives Matter, big old.
It was Shakara, was it?
Statue. No, it was this guy called EIE.
Oh yeah,
EIE and Getty was on there as well.
So obviously, I went into attack mode and went on to the pause of the.
I think maybe that channel
wasn't all bad.
Which channel was this on, Vels or?
I can't see the logic with British nationalism and Adolf Hitler, right? Because, like I said, most British nationalists are not national socialists, and they don't believe in Adolf Hitler. I don't believe in Adolf Hitler. I don't think Adolf Hitler was a good man.
You think
I
the
think-
planet's flat?
I
So-
think, Adolf, I think
something's gone wrong in your wiring, in your mind. I think you need to re-educate yourself.
what about the world being flat?
Well, not only
Right,
that, about the death camps and the concentration camps.
Right,
and
okay.
Millions of people were murdered.
Okay, Goofy, right. I'll debate you for 10 minutes on the flat earth now. Why is the world round? Go. What do you believe in, the heliocentric model or the geocentric model? Go. Let's go. No, let's go for 10 minutes, please. Let's go for 10 minutes because I'm daft, right? I'm going to ask
this. It's
right,
proven
I'm actually going to ask this.
If
You
you
believe
take
we have a North Pole and a South Pole, the magnetic
Right.
poles as well, yeah? Do you think
Okay.
we've been on an axis? Are we on the back of a, what is it, a tortoise, or Atlas is holding us up? How do you think it exists, the planet?
I can
Right,
do it. I
okay.
can do it a bit more simply. It's I mean, I was good at geography at school. If you took a pole on the Earth, and it's been proven, and you went half a mile away, and you carried on doing that,
Have you ever done any surveying? Have you ever done any surveying?
Yeah, that's it. Surveying. What do they call the surveying trapment?
See,
The
if you actually
because
go
it
for
actually
surveying,
proves.
I think
It
it's
actually
about every
proves in
few
your
miles
country
the one
that the
actually.
world's round.
Have you ever? Do you know about longitude and latitude?
Yes, I do. Do you know about the Suez Canal? Do you know about the Suez Canal? The Suez Canal's miles and miles long, and it's flat. Why is that? Because the world is flat. We continue.
No, Captain, man, Jesus. You can do it by land. If you take a surveyor's,
going to drown your boat, would you say you was on a flat mill pond?
Right. See if a boat goes over the horizon. See you've got a boat going over the horizon, and you've got a P900 camera or a P1000 camera. You can't see the boat because it's perspective, and the perspective of your eyes, right? And the boat goes over horizon, you can't see the boat, and the boat goes over horizon because the world's round, which is bullshit. And then you basically zoom into the camera and you can see the boat again. We continue.
Captain, I can help you here. There's probably films on this on YouTube. If you go on land and you walk a certain distance and keep taking a reading, you'll see that it curves, which means the world's round.
That's bullshit again, right? Bullshit again. A plane goes up about 20,000 feet, right? And if you look down at the Earth, you can see it because it's a fisheye lens. But apart from a fisheye lens on,
are you saying it's an optical illusion?
No, it's
Have you not
right.
seen the arc of a rainbow?
Right. Can I continue?
Do you not think the moon pulls the tides?
Right or not? See that's it. Right,
Walk down a plug hole at the equator and go the opposite way.
Okay, we're talking about a different thing, Goofy. You're talking about planets or whatever they are, lights, the sun, whatever they are, stars.
Are the planets flat as well? Are they flat?
We don't know what they are because nobody's ever went through Van Allen's belt because you would need about 30 feet of lead, and there's not any spaceship in history that's ever went up that high, right? Nobody's ever went through Van Allen's belt. Nobody's ever went to space, right?
Do you know where Van Allen's belt is?
Van Allen's belt's up the night. It's something I honestly.
I know you misplaced it. I can tell by what you're saying.
Captain, if the world was flat, where would all the seawater go? Because I've flown to Australia,
right?
And then I went to New Zealand, and then I thought instead of flying back when I was in New Zealand, the cheapest flight was actually good to go to America. At no point,
right. We're talking about flight. We're talking about
didn't Johnny outside. I didn't see any gap in the sea.
We're talking about flight paths now, right? Flight paths every day. there's basically, and let me continue with this. This is going to be quite about 2 minutes. What I'm going to say. Every day, flights go from east to west, right? So see, if I flew to Holland, right? This is the first one I'm going to say, and then I'm going to say a second one. Please don't interject, right? If I was flying from, say, Edinburgh or Glasgow to Holland, it takes approximately an hour. If the world is rotated 3,000 miles an hour, right? If I went from Glasgow to Holland, it's going to take an hour. If I went back the same way, it's still going to take an hour. How would that work if the world's revolving, right? The second one I'm going to say is there's flights every day that goes from east to west round the world. How come there's only been 6 flights that circumnavigated round the world from north to south? We continue.
The fact that there's been 6 will tell you something there.
Right, surprise that.
Well, why would anybody want to do it unless they wanted to set a record or beat a record?
Because the dimensions of the world is not what you think it is. It's not a globe. There's an ice wall which is round the world, and that's called Antarctic. And the North Pole is in the middle of the centre of the world. It's like a Gleason map. And you can actually see that.
How do you count for time?
How do you count for time?
Yes.
Right. Have you ever heard a guy called Admiral?
How do you count for 360 degrees?
What do you mean 360 degrees? Like,
well,
is that round the world?
We have a 360 degrees, the circumference of the circle.
Right.
You've got a circle. Are you saying the world's a circle and flat?
No, I'm actually saying as the Antarctic is an ice wall.
What shape is it? What shape is it? Is it like
I don't know. I don't know what shape it is. Just for talk's sake, I'm going to go with a Gleason map shape. I don't know what model it is. Right? I know
it's the Morehole.
What?
Have you ever heard of the mole hole? Not the mole in the ground again. The mole hole.
No, I've never heard of that.
Bored an hole into the planet.
The mole hole.
The mole hole, it's called.
No, I've never heard that.
What is it? What is it, Goofy?
It's the deepest drilling part, the deepest we've got into the planet, and we don't really touch the surface. I think you need to read some more books.
I've read books about this as well, and I've got my opinion. You've got your opinion, and our opinions obviously differ. But I can actually.
I try my hardest now to talk in layman's terms and not too scientific, because I know you wouldn't understand.
Oh, right, okay, right. I'm a dickhead then, right? Okay.
No, I didn't say you was that. I'm just saying that you don't have enough education, or you've read the wrong things or something.
Right. Okay.
I think you're probably a conspiracy theorist also.
Right. Sorry, I'll bow down to a better man. I'm a more educated man than me, Goofy. On you go. Obviously, I'm an intellectual here. On you go, Goofy.
Captain, if it's flat, where does the water go? Because the water will go into space.
Right. Where does the water go?
Hang on, guys. I put a question to him. Do you think water bends?
There you go. Does water bend? Bend the water. Since gravity is a very, very, very...
Well, I showed you so many examples how water does bend, but it comes out of the tap. If there's a big wave in the sea, the water bends.
Right. What I'm actually saying, show me then, right? Show me. You put water and get a football, and you bend water around a football, and you keep the water around a football. Just put the water right around a football and keep it there. Just keep it there. Water, no oil or anything. Water, because it's not a viscous material. But water.
Yeah, but all right. You're right. The water does bend when you swim in the water. If you swim in the water will bend.
water will always get its own level.
If you see a wave, you see water bending. So it does bend.
No, that's a wave. That's a different thing. That's to do with winds.
Yeah, but it's water, isn't it? It's not made out of fucking sand, is it?
Right. So if I give you a football, easy, right? Let's reconstruct something, right? Reconstruct something. I give you a football, put water around it and keep it round it, right? Just get a football and put the water around it and keep it round it.
Why the birds? Why
I've
the
done
birds?
it. I've done it, Captain.
Why the birds fly south
I've put
for
some
winter?
water. I've put
So
some
hang on a
water in my
minute.
glass.
I got to go, Goofy. Let him speak.
Why do birds fly south for winter? And why do we have these great migrations?
Because they're obviously migrating. It's the same as like.
But why? Why?
Can we stick on the
Why the warmer climate? If
Right.
the Earth is not rotating, let's stay in the same place.
I could fuck you up with this, Goofy, then, right? If
Is the sun moving around the Earth, or is the Earth moving around the sun?
birds migrate in the summer, right? And the winter, and they go away.
Why is it winter? And why is
How
it summer?
How come German robin? How come German robin actually migrate to Scotland in the winter? And that's the bigger robins, and they migrate from Germany, which is actually going against your theory, and that's proven. Have you ever heard of that?
Warmer, aren't they?
Captain, I've made water swirl. I've put a bit of water in a pint glass. I'm giving it a bit of force. In a circular motion. That's called an axis, like the planet. And my water is going round in a circle, which is what the Earth does.
No, actually, see, when you're talking about water, actually, it's different for the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, allegedly, right? And it's not called what you said. It's called something else, but I can't recall what it's called just now.
I've lived in Australia too. I mean, I'm doing it clockwise. I'm doing it northern hemisphere because that's clockwise. But when I lived in Australia, I did notice that the water went down the plug hole anti-clockwise, so I'll reverse it. If I was in southern hemisphere, I'll do the axis anti-clockwise. Just a minute.
Right.
Oh, the water is circling anti-clockwise because I'm putting an axis on it. You see, the Earth's tilted, it's rotating, so the water rotates with it. That's all I'm doing with the glass.
Right, okay then, right. So see if I've got a drone and I put it up 100 feet or 200 feet and I put it straight up, why come in about an hour's time or 45 minutes time, the battery life of the drone, you can put it back down and it comes straight down? Surely if the world is moving at 3,000 miles an hour, it would be miles away.
3,000 miles an hour? Who told you
that? I don't know, like I'm fucking pissed in it, obviously, right? But
the diameter at the equator, I think, if I remember rightly, is something like 26, maybe 27,000 kilometers, the diameter of the Earth at the equator, somewhere around that mark.
So have you measured that? Measured that, or is that just hearsay? Have you actually measured that yourself? Have you measured that? Have you been round the equator?
Oh, that's what I've learned. Now,
right. So
how many hours we say we have 24 hours? We say we have 24 hours in a day. Well, it's something like 23 hours and 56 minutes or something. It's very close. That's why we have leap years. But in the 24-hour period, the sun will rise in the east and set in the west. Does that not tell you something about the Earth rotating and the speed it will rotate? Now, if you do the math,
it's what I said before, right? What I said before. See, what happens up in the sky that does not dictate the shape of the Earth. Because what's happening in the sky, I'll give you an example, and this is actually a stupid example. This is a stupid example. This is a stupid example, right? You're talking about the sky
Well,
and things.
Flat. Is it a triangle flat? Is it square or oblong, or is it a circular flat surface? Is it a disc?
As I say, I don't know a model. I don't know a model, right? But let's go for a Gleason map model, right? Which is more sense to me than. Do you know what I'm talking about? A Gleason map. Are you familiar with this, Goofy? Since you're an intellectual,
understand what kind of map you're saying.
Right. The map that I'm saying is, see, can you imagine a circle? And I'm not talking about a ball. I'm talking about a circle, like a flat circle. Round outside of the circle.
I call it a disc.
Round outside of the circle, there's an ice wall, and that's called the Antarctic. In the middle of the circle, there's the Arctic. Now, what I believe in, which is different.
What's in the Indian Ocean then?
What do you mean by the Indian Ocean?
Sorry, my computer's overheating. I might be going off shortly.
Right, what's that got to do with what shape the Earth is, the Indian Ocean? What's that got to do with what shape the Earth is? It's the same as the planets or the moon or the stars or whatever they are, right? Nobody's ever been to the moon. Nobody's ever been to the sun. Nobody's ever been to any of the planets or anything like that. So what has that got to do with the shape of the Earth? I'll give you an example with this, right? See if I had to come in your house, into your living room to fit a carpet. See if I actually walked in your house and I started looking up at your light bulb and looked up at your ceiling, you think, what the fuck is this idiot doing, right? That's actually what you're saying. You're talking about measuring, you're talking about planets and rotations and all that. What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth? It's got nothing to do with it. And fuck your Delon, right? about the only two guys that never wanted was Dale and David Walker. Dale, fuck me, man, right? I know Dale's gonna rip me a new arsehole, right? No, I'm being serious, right? Is that Dale?
Go on about David Woffordale, are you? Please don't.
Captain.
No,
Captain.
actually, what I seen. Yeah.
Captain, right? This flat Earth stuff. It's quite interesting to me. When you look at the moon, though, and you see it's round, does that not put a bit of doubt in your mind? Because you see a circle.
Well, there's actually things about the moon, right? The moon actually got hot with rockets before, and they sent a rocket up to the moon, and it vibrated like anything. Have you ever heard of that before?
Rockets doing what to the moon?
Actually, take the piss if you want, right?
No, it's amusing.
They sent a rocket up to the moon, like something like a V1 or a V2 rocket, right? An extensive rocket, right? And it hit the moon and it vibrated like anything. A few years later, they done the same again with a heavier rocket and it vibrated like anything. The moon's not the thing that you think it is either. That's a different thing.
So that changed a flat moon into a round moon. Is that the revelation?
I don't know what shape the moon is because nobody's ever been to the moon. That's bullshit. Nobody's ever been to the moon.
When you look in sky, it's a circle, isn't it? When it's a full moon.
But what you look and what you look at and what you see is two totally different things. Things can be an illusion and they're not what they are. It's the same as see stars. How do you know they're no lights? Just lights. How do you know? Planets, the same. The sun, nobody's ever been to the sun. It's the same as the measurements between the moon and from the Earth to the sun. Nobody knows. That's like just mathematics that people's made up.
So if the Earth's flat, the Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Uranus,
but what is that got to do? What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth, right? As I said,
no,
right?
I mean, I'm trying to establish what you believe. Do you believe that all the planets are flat? Not just because you can't just have the Earth as some crazy thing that's flat, but you must have the moon, the sun, the Mars, the Saturn, the Jupiter, Uranus.
As I said, I don't know what the planet. I don't know what the planets are. I don't know what they are. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what the moon is. But the world is flat.
Are they all flat? Are they all flat? That's what I'm saying.
I've got no idea what they are. I've got no idea. Nobody has.
But you said the Earth's flat. You said the Earth's flat.
Oh, they're flat 100%, in my opinion.
So that means all planets must be flat, does it?
No. How can MD establish what shape the planets are? Because nobody's ever been there. Nobody's ever been to the sun. Nobody's ever been to the moon. Nobody's ever been to Mars. Nobody's ever been to Jupiter. Nobody's ever been to Saturn. You can name all the planets, right? Nobody's ever been to Pluto.
The moon.
There's other
the moon,
planets.
we can see the moon. But when you see a circle, when it's a full moon, do you think that's a conspiracy?
When I see a full moon?
Well, when you look in the sky and see a full moon, do you think that's a conspiracy? That's United States putting a fucking thing in the sky. It doesn't exist because it's not round.
No, that's illogical. I don't know what the moon is. Actually, I think the moon is something that people don't realise what it is because the moon controls a lot of things. The moon controls like tides. The moon controls like birth of animals and children, women's periods, things like that. But
what
it's
shape?
not what it's not.
What shape is this, Mr. Michael? What shape is this? This moon?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I've no idea.
When you see a full moon and it's a circle, what shape would you say it is?
Well, what you see and what you see is no.
Is it a triangle?
No, you got a full moon, half moon.
Take a guess. When you see a full moon, take a
right,
guess.
It's a circle, right? It's a circle, right? But what does that prove? That never proves anything. It never proves anything. No one's ever been to the moon, so it doesn't prove anything. It's like if you're getting into moon landings and things like that. Liam deGrasse Tyson, right, who's meant to be one of the most intelligent people to do with like moon landings and shit like that, and he actually thinks the world is no flat and he doesn't think it's round, it's pear shaped, right? He actually debated Eric Dubay, right? And they actually went they actually zoomed in on the moon and he goes, look at that, there's a landing craft and all that. And Eric Dubay said, what's that? It's a few dots. And Liam deGrasse Tyson just saying that there's no talking to him, and he just walked away because Eric Dubay could actually debated him and he would have won because the world is flat. Why would you walk away? Another one, Buzz Aldrin, about 70 odd years of age, when about a 30-year-old came up to him outside somewhere in America and actually started debating about the moon landings. Buzz Aldrin punched him right in the face. Why is that? Because Buzz Aldrin's never been in the moon. Everybody that knows about the moon landings knew it was like bullshit, and it was like fucking. Oh, it's laughable if you think man's went to the moon. It's fucking laughable. If you believe that, well, you will believe in the Loch Ness Monster and Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy.
I'll help you out because I do agree that man has never been to the moon. There's too much evidence to say that them photographs they was done in what they call Area 51 in Nevada.
That's correct, right?
So,
and see if
I do believe from visual experience that the moon is round.
See if you actually go to the moon landings and the moon landing videos, was Stanley Kubrick that done them. It was Stanley Kubrick that videoed the moon landing.
I mean, there's lots of evidence about the moon landings because when you look at the photographs, there's crimps in the flag, and it says if it was done in the moon that's got no atmosphere, it'd be like someone's ironed it out.
Who's playing
It'd
music?
be ironed out with no creases whatsoever, and the moon landings photographs has the USA flag, and it's like it's blowing in the wind, and that
it's
would
the
never
same
happen
as
on the moon.
It's the same as two things that happened lately, right?
The Earth is not flat. I'm not a flat earther.
Right. I'm not going into the flat. I'm not going into the flat earth, right? Forget about the flat earth, right? See the moon landings, right? Two things I think is really, really funny, right? About the second, the third top guy in NASA that was doing that. Why does people not go to the moon lately, right? They've not got the technology. A fucking iPhone has got more technology than what the heck is, right? The second thing is the most important thing ever that's ever been in history. Guys gone to the moon, right? The telemetry data has all been lost and wiped out, right? But there's actually a curveball with this, right? And this is the one I think is so funny, it's unbelievable. Some of the telemetry data turned up at a car boot sale in America. Oh, fuck me, man. You know what I mean? What would you like to buy? Would you like to buy some sweets? Would you like to buy fucking some beer? Oh, no. What's it's a telemetry, the moon landings. Oh, fuck me, I'll just have them. Oh, come on. Fucking hell, you couldn't make this up. You couldn't make this up if you were fucking pissed, man. Fuck me. No, but that's just fucking illogical. I was actually waiting.
I mean, it was a race, weren't it? A race between Russia and the USA. So, but there's enough evidence to say that people didn't go on the moon.
Right, but see, the thing between the Russians and the USA as well, and that was like when the Cold War. But did the Cold War actually exist, or was that bullshit as well, right? Because Russia and America was against each other. And then
Actually,
America...
the Cold War came in the 80s, didn't it? I thought it was a race to the space race. JF Kennedy said that man would land on the moon early in his tenure before the end of the 1960s, and it took him till 1969. Surprise, surprise, the very last chance.
There you go, right.
When Russia was about to do it, I mean, then I'm sure the Cold War was after that, though. The Cold War was like 80s.
No. It was after that. You're totally correct, right? It was a space race before that, right? And you're talking about JFK. JFK, in my opinion, was the only president in the United States, or the only prime minister in Great Britain that was actually a true person. JFK was going to expose a lot of things. JFK was actually wanting a better life for Americans, and he wanted to change everything, and he wanted to change the world, especially America. That's how he got assassinated.
I suppose most presidents want to change America, though. I mean, Donald Trump.
No, I don't. I don't think there's any president since JFK. I think Trump tried.
Donald Trump wanted, and the thing with Donald Trump is he did change America, and then the global bastards just went and fucking rigged his election.
But Donald Trump was going to do a lot of things like the Mexican Wall, which he never did, and the only thing
he would have done it in his second term. That's it.
Right,
he played it safe on the first term.
He said he was going to do it right away. He said there was going to be no more wars. Syria happened. Another thing, if you're going to get into wars...
No, Donald Trump didn't actually do any wars. He's the only American president not to do any wars. Brace yourself. Under Biden's tenureship, we'll be going to a war with Iran.
Donald Trump did do a war. It was called Syria, right? Syria, if you remember...
He didn't. No. He didn't go to war with Syria.
He certainly did, right? Because on the Friday, they said Assad was gassing his own people. Funnily enough, the gas thing again, right? Here we go, right?
Assad and Syria and all that stuff was done when David Cameron was Prime Minister of Britain, way before Donald Trump.
It was when Theresa May was in.
No, it was David Cameron. David Cameron wanted to go to war with Syria, and Parliament voted against it.
100% it was Theresa May, because on the Friday...
even if it were Theresa May, we didn't go to war with Syria.
But the bombed Syria. On the Friday...
No, we didn't. United States didn't bomb Syria anyway.
100%. Great Britain, England, whatever you want to call it, and United States bombed Syria, because on the Friday, Assad was going to gas his own people. They were going to have a vote on the Monday, and on the Sunday, they started bombing Syria.
That was David Cameron when he was Prime Minister.
No, that was Theresa May.
No, it was way before Theresa May. It was David Cameron.
It was Theresa May, because in the conflict in Syria, it was 100%. 100% it was Theresa May, because Assad was winning, because Assad's a good person, right? Assad's a good person. Like, all these people are quite good people, and they look after their own people, right? Assad was actually bombing his own people and, gassing these people, right? When he was winning the war. Why would you want to do that? That's fucking illogical.
Are you confused between him and Saddam Hussein?
No, it was Assad in Syria.
Because David Cameron wanted, he put it to Parliament to want to bomb Syria, and Parliament rejected it. So actually, no bombs was dropped on Syria.
No, this is in the term of Theresa May. It happened on the Friday.
Theresa May didn't bomb anyone, and neither did Donald Trump.
No, that's bullshit. Look into history, right?
It's not bullshit. It's facts.
No, it's bullshit. Well, if you believe things are fact. Actually, here's a question for you, right? What would you say, in your opinion, and this is a personal question, what would you say is the best, the most truthful news channels in the world?
The only one I trust is Sky News Australia. I don't trust Sky News over here, but Sky News Australia. I used to live in Australia.
Right.
Australia's what Australia classes as the centre would be branded for far right here.
Sky News, Rupert Murdoch, I think it is. Sky News. Is that Rupert Murdoch?
You watch Sky News Australia, though, it's a totally different narrative to what Sky News is here. It's proper truth, proper common sense, proper honesty. I used to live in Australia. I think Australia's fucking brilliant and the best country on earth. And I'm fighting to try and get Britain to follow that narrative, and I don't think it's ever going to go there. So I'd fuck it if it had a weak immigration system like ours fucking does. I'd be off to Australia tomorrow.
Right, I'm going to interject with two things. Right, the only two news that I would believe in is RT, Russian news, and Al Jazeera. I think that's the most truthful news in the world. Right, get back on Australia. So what about the way that Australia's actually on this scammed Eric, whatever you want to call it? How come, like the States in Melbourne, is actually
They have
really
different.
bad.
Yeah, I can answer that. They have different governments. Australia is not like Britain. They all have their own governments. Each state has its own government and makes its own laws,
correct,
and they even have their own time difference. I lived there. I travelled all, and my favourite place was Queensland. But yes, Victoria, the state that has the second biggest city in Australia, Melbourne, they was implementing lockdown like they was doing it like fucking.
It's terrible, like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, yeah, like Nazi Germany. But it wasn't. I mean, I was messaging my friends who live in Brisbane, Queensland, and that wasn't the case. And they was replying to me with, "Oh, the Victorian twats have brought COVID here," and I'm like, "Give over." They're just not awake as what the same way some of us are over here. That this thing's a fucking scam. So yeah, Victoria hit them hard, but that's a different government to New South Wales. It's a different government to Queensland. They have their own little prime ministers basically in each state, and then the country has what they call a premier, which is like the Queen. You know what I mean? The head of state.
I'm just looking at the side chat now because I think the side chat's quite funny. You know what I mean? Everybody's ripping the piss out of me. No, it's quite funny, but I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's quite funny. I like the side chat. It's so derogatory. It's unbelievable, but I don't give a fuck. I was actually hoping Dale Dale, are you there?
Dell.
Is
that someone inside chat?
No. She on the 4 avatars, right? It's yourself, I, and Easy. Who's the other one in the bottom corner? Is that Dell?
Oh, Morpheus. Yeah, I recognise that. Morpheus from.
No, it's not Morpheus. Morpheus is a different guy, right? But Morpheus, I think he's on the side chat as well. I think he's ripping the piss out as well.
You know what I mean? Photograph. It looks like Morpheus from fucking.
No, that is Morpheus.
The
Matrix. That is Morpheus for the Matrix. But the guy is Dell. He's called Dell. He's a very intelligent guy. I actually think him and a guy called Dave. Actually, you might have debated with him. Because you've been on this channel. What do you think of David
Wolfendale?
Right, what do you think of him?
Well, he was normally on the same side as me. So
right.
He's a bit crazy. But...
What do you mean he's a bit crazy?
Well, he talks about living in sheds and stuff like that.
No, but he's speaking about that, right? Do you not think he's very, very intelligent?
He seems to be up on topics like Islam. He seems to be into that.
He seems to go on topics about everything. He's really intelligent. His name is like Dell. I thought that was actually Dell, but maybe it's just an avatar, somebody that's getting on to be Dell, right? But he's very.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I didn't disagree with a lot with what he said, but. I said he were crazy because he talks about being off grid and how he lived in woods and he made his own little electricity through generators and lived in broken down cars and little sheds and shit like this.
Right. See the thing, right? The thing that I think about him, right? He said he stays on it's like a dump. It's the side of a dump, but it's basically a kind of garden dump, and it's got wood and it's got trees and things like that, stones. It's what would you call it? It's not a dump. It's what's the word do you call that? I can't actually think now, right? But basically, he's made a house on the side of this dump, made out of stone and things like that because he's went off the grid. Now, where does the generators come from, right? right. Where does the electricity come from? Fair enough, he could make generators, or he's got generators, right? But he's been off the grid, right? Why is he on a mobile phone on Zabida's channel? It's fucking easy to triangulate a fucking phone. They've been doing that for like 30 years, about 20 years now. You can triangulate a phone, right? So it doesn't matter where you are. Forget, I'm just talking about like an analog phone, not even a digital phone, not even a smartphone. You can triangulate a phone with like, say, 3 transmitters, and you can actually nearly pinpoint that to about 20 metres per yard, right? On a smartphone, you can actually pinpoint it to exactly where you are, right? So if he's off the grid, why is he doing that? That's the thing that kind of fucks up.
It was Wickham. I think he said he lives in some dumping site in Wickham, weren't it? Some forest in Wickham.
He's a very, very interesting guy, but he's very, very intelligent. See the bit that I really liked. It was on Zabida's channel, right? As I said, I've only been on that for about 30 seconds. I think I kicked off for being saying nasty things, right? I think you know, right? But see the first time that I heard them, and I was just listening to that because I was bored. Because I actually don't like on Zabida's channel, because it's like, you know, they'll argue over each other and talk over each other. It just becomes like, it's like fucking feeding time and everybody's fucking arguing, and like it's too much, right? But the first time he was on and he was actually, you know, speaking about things, right? And he was talking, he spoke for about 40 minutes, right? And somebody asked him, I don't know if it was Dan Cullis or something like that, or just did that, hey, David, have you ever heard a guy called David Icke? And he said that, yes, he copied me. He's copied a lot of my philosophies. I'm dead. No, I've been serious, right? And ever since that point, right? And he said that, what do you mean by that? He said that, and he started mentioning names, right? He goes, oh, David Icke's copied a lot from me, and he's copied from this. And there's this person, he actually put him on the map, and he actually started giving his conferences. And I'm not wanting to mention the guy's name, but David Icke's copied me. And he started talking about other things. I'm just saying that, fuck me. Well, he's either a really good bullshitter or he's so intelligent.
He did say that he also used to work with Piers Corbyn, who was also in the public eye, so he come up with some story that it was it might not be a story. He said he was a scientist and he used to work closely with Piers Corbyn.
I've never heard that one. No, I've never heard that.
It's like it was an interesting character, but he'd say a lot of stories, you know what I mean?
Well, the things that I've ever heard them say, right, and I'm talking about getting into conspiracy theories. I think you know a bit of conspiracy theories talking about myself, right? But the things that he spoke about was really, it was bang on the money all the time. I've never actually heard him talking shit. He's never talked about flat earth, right? I know flat earth's like an anomaly, right? I know people don't believe that and people think I'm nuts, but I believe in, but you believe in what you believe in.
Is it niche? Is it a niche thing, this flat earth stuff?
I don't know. I get into this about.
Is it like a
4
club?
years ago. I don't know.
Do you have branches?
No, I just believe.
Will I have me a local flat earth branch? I could go and talk to her.
You believe in what you believe in, you know. It's like, see, nationalism. I'm beginning to actually think it's a total waste of time, because it's just a waste of effort.
No, it's never wasted.
No, I don't think it ever work. See another thing as well, right? People think people that's nationalist, right? One of the first things that they say, you're a Nazi, you're a racist, right? See, actually, people that's nationalist, I would actually say they're the most caring people out, because they're actually looking for their children's and grandchildren's future. And that's like caring people that does that.
Yeah, you got it in one there. We can hold our heads up high and say to our children that we didn't stay silent.
Well,
But like I said, there's this Mark Collett and Patriotic Alternative. I would actually class them as left-wing funded. I mean, when I, like I said, the guy who liked Charlie Big Potatoes, he didn't strike me as very right-wing. He was very left-wing on Zabidas. Wanting to unite.
No, I never actually said I like Charlie Big Potatoes. I said I think he's okay to listen to. The guy
I'm just saying he's in the PA hierarchy, isn't he? He's one of the top lads. But when he was on Zabidas, he was constantly wanting to unite with Islam, constantly. And then when Sasha Johnson turned up on the stream that I was on, he wanted to unite with Black Lives Matter. And then you think to yourself, that's not very nationalist, is it? It's very left-wing. And then when I asked about his political ideology, he said he was a socialist, national socialist. And they don't like me because I like capitalism. So I'm a right-wing capitalist. And you can't be right-wing, you see, if you like socialism, even if it's national socialism, because politically, that's an ideology that's left-wing. Do you understand what I mean?
I would totally agree with you. I'm no national socialist. The guy that I actually like, right? I wouldn't say he's a leader, right? But out about the 5 people that's kind of got a hierarchy, or the 6 people, right, that's got a kind of hierarchy, the one that I actually listen to and admire the most is Vinnie Sullivan in the Reality Report.
Well, I don't think he's PA. He's part of this new group that's called 37 Words. And very different.
No, I don't think he's part of the 37 either. No, he's not part of the 37.
There's a group that's split from PA called the 37 Words. I've been on a Telegram group to chat with them actually. And Mark,
that's like
not Mark. What's she called? Britain First is what's she called? Ashley Simon. That's it. I've spoke with Ashley Simon, who's the chief of staff and partner of Paul. Is he called Paul? What's he called? Britain First leader, Paul Goddard. Is that right?
No, it's not Paul Paul.
No, I mean, there's a group called the 37 Words, and Ashley Simon's always on the Telegram group.
No, that's the 37 group's different, right?
No. What I'm saying is, I've been on the Telegram group, and Ashley Simon, who's Paul Goddard's missus,
it's not Paul Goddard. It's James Goddard.
Not Paul Golding. That's it, right?
Paul Golding. Right.
Ashley Simon is Paul Goddard. Paul Golding's partner.
Paul Golding's a grifter. He's just in it to make money.
So the 37 Words group, it's got a few on there. Like there's a guy called Streets.
No, Streets isn't part of 37 either, right?
Well, he's on the Telegram group, and he says he is. There's another guy called England.
Right,
Top Cat. There's another guy called Top Cat.
They're no 37. They're no 37. You're talking about
England and they are 37. So, but they're a different form of. They say we don't like Mark Collett. We agree with certain stuff, but we don't like this admiration of Adolf Hitler. We stand with Churchill.
Right. See that's
the 37 group then say stuff like we believe that women should not have jobs and just be housewives who pop out children. So that's where I defect from But you know what I mean? They're nearer to me, but I don't condone with that stuff. So yeah, Ashley Simon is on that group, but I think Ashley Simon's actually on there just like to try and get them to join Britain first, basically.
See, you're talking about like England and streets. I follow the two of them, right? England talks. I like England. I'm moderators in their two channels.
Yeah, well, they're like they're in this Telegram group that's called. I mean, I didn't get bloody private. I found it. There's a YouTube channel called, I think it's called Major Gryopa or something like that, and they have in the description of the videos the link to the 37 Words Telegram group, so anyone can join it. But Top Cat's are regular in there. England's a regular in there, and I'm pretty sure this Streets is a regular in it too. But they're against Pierre.
Have you ever listened to England's channel? England's channel's been taken down now, but have you ever listened to England and Streets? They talk a lot of sense. The two of them really talk a lot of sense.
I think I come across that England's channel, and I listened to it once, and it was just he was just talking about people from. I listened to it. It was quite. He was talking about people from PA going on Zabidas and wanting to unite with Islam, and basically how it was a load of bullshit. So I listened to that, but I haven't had any notifications since subscribing. So if his channel's been taken down, that explains why.
His channel's been he took his channel down before Christmas, and he's going to be starting up again. But he's kind of changed his philosophy. They're the kind of same philosophy as Vinny and Alex Sangmer, and I think they talk a lot.
They're obsessed with Jews. I've listened to them. They're just obsessed. They want to unite with Islam, and they're obsessed with. They think Jews run the world. It's just ridiculous.
Trust me, Vinny does not want to unite with Islam. He does not want to unite with Islam.
He did a good job doing it on Zabida's channel, and then when he went on to Wendy Wu's channel, he only talked about Jews and said that he supported Zabida for being a public figure. I think he said, or something along them lines. It's like, you're calling that a public figure? You're not a fucking nationalist, are you?
I don't know. I admire Vinny. As I said, I've never spoke to Vinny. I don't know him. I've never spoke to him on the side chat, but that is a guy that I really admire. He talks a lot of sense. If you look on the Reality Report and Vinny's channel, he's talking to Georges, and it's like really quite intellectual. Maybe you should listen to that, and it might actually.
Like I said, I didn't know about him before this year. All he does is slag Murray Waters off, and when I've been on a live stream with him, he didn't answer me questions. He come across as a bit of an idiot. He didn't come across as intelligent.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, see, Vinny can actually monologue for about 3 hours. He can monologue himself for about 3 hours. It's the same as England. You know, I know England, right? England, people badmouth him. He can monologue for a couple of hours himself, just right off the bat, without any paperwork or anything. People that can do that, I think that's really quite intelligent people. It's the same as Mark Collette. I think Mark Collette's a very intelligent person, but it's not my mindset. It's National Socialism is not my mindset, but he's a very intelligent guy. And I think if Mark Collette ended, I think you'd be really quite struggling to beat Mark Collette at a debate. you'd need to be quite strong at debating to beat Mark Collette, because I've actually listened to him on things, and it's like he's got an answer for everything. And I do agree with a lot of things Mark Collette says, but there's a lot of things that Mark Collette done. It's the same as another guy that's very, very intelligent, in my opinion, as well, is like Murchison chauvinist, Liam. Are you familiar with him?
I've seen him on live chats, and he comes across to me. I hadn't seen him on many live chats, so I don't know if I'm judging correctly. But he came across to me as a lefty. Does he have an avatar that has a Sweden flag?
Well, that's a Mercian flag. It's like Mercia. It's like Mercia used to be like I think when it was called Albion, and it was like Mercia, and that was kind of like the Midlands up to Lancashire or something. It was Mercia, it was called.
I mean, I'm from Lancashire originally. Yeah, but there's a guy called Mercian Chauvinist, and
it's the same guy. It's like
there's an avatar it's a blue and a yellow. It's Swedish. It's the Swedish flag.
It's like a Sweden flag, but it's like a cross instead of
yeah.
It's like that. It's the same guy. He's very intelligent and he can debate
he come
as well.
Across as a complete lefty. I've only seen him in live chats, and he come across as a complete lefty. I actually thought it was a lefty, unless it's someone who's copied his profile. And it was in the same Muslim channel that all the PA people was in, Zabida. So it probably was the real Mercian.
I'm just looking at the side chat as well. You know, Rodney stayed that he's born in Bayer and all that, and Ed stayed that my ears have switched off when I talk. It's quite funny listening to the side chat. I'm trying to think what else. Tina's coming away with a few comments as well, but it's okay.
I'll have a look in a minute. I'm just gonna make a coffee.
Well, it's quite good. Captain lives in a 2D world. Captain is a turnip.
You've probably done yourself no favours with this flat earth stuff, Captain.
I never do myself any favours. Captain, how can you see properly when you're always pissed? Brilliant. Captain sitting on the moon. Captain, can I have your dealer's number? Don't take any drugs. I stopped taking drugs years ago.
Captain, I presume you live in Scotland?
That's correct, yes.
What do you think about Scotland? I mean, you've got laws being put in place in that country, blasphemy laws, which basically means if you criticise Islam, you could be in the boozer talking with your mate. You say one bad thing about Islam, there could be a policeman in that pub, but he's not in uniform. He hears you say a bad thing about Islam. Under the Scottish Nationalist Party, they've implemented blasphemy laws, which means that you would be imprisoned for 4 years for criticising Islam. But you could say you could criticise Christianity, Judaism, Sikhism, Hinduism. These blasphemy laws only exist for Islam. Now, these laws don't exist in England. Do you think to yourself that if you had a second vote on Scottish independence, would you vote to be independent and be under the left-wing mob? Or
I would never vote for Scottish independence. I'm totally against that. I voted no the last time. this is a long story, but I'm not want to get into this, right? I'm actually English, right? I was born in London and my father is English, right? But I was brought up in Scotland. I was brought up in Scotland since I was 4, right? But I class myself as English. You know, I must have the most un-English accent ever, right? But if Scotland ever had independence, I don't know, I would have to move down to somewhere in England because I could no live under a tyranny like this.
Yeah, because it's actually far more left wing since you've got your own little government than we're like, and that's
it's terrible, and it should have never happened. Scottish Parliament, the amount of money they flung at that Scottish Parliament, millions, and then it was more millions, and then more millions, and then it's an absolute tyranny. And see another thing as well. I don't know anybody that votes SNP, and everybody, you know, like SNP's right over this country, but anybody that I know hates Nicola Sturgeon. I actually know Nicola Sturgeon's neighbours, and they actually don't talk to her. She's a cunt.
Yeah. I mean, I keep getting messages from this Scottish guy on a WhatsApp group, and he's like, he's loving Forbidden's policies, and then he's saying, but I want independence. I've been truthful to him. He says I'm visually impaired, so he wanted to know if Anne-Marie would support another vote on Scottish independence. So I said to him, email this. I give him email address. Oh, I'm visually impaired. I can't send an email. I said, right, well, I can tell you now, Anne-Marie Waters would not support another vote on Scottish independence because Forbidden is a unionist party. The clue is in the name, Forbidden. It doesn't want to break up the United Kingdom.
Right.
And he still keeps messaging me, and he's like, he must think that I know Anne-Marie Waters so much that I can pick up a phone to her, and he's like, oh, I really like your policies, blah, blah. But I want another Scottish independence, and I'm saying to him, look, you want Scottish independence, you get SNP, you go back in European Union, and you get flooded with immigrants. There's no two ways about it. There's only one party that wants Scottish independence, and that's the SNP, but that's left wing, you know what I mean?
It's totally left wing, right? And see if you get Scottish independence, Nicola Sturgeon and her predecessor before that, they want to stay in Europe. So how can you get independence and you're staying in Europe? That's just fucking illogical. That is absolutely crazy. It's just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you come out of one union and you go into another, but the difference is you go into another union where you're actually controlled by Brussels. But the European Union has come out recently and said they won't allow Scotland to enter the European Union because economically it's actually worse off than Greece, and they don't want another Greece going in. So economically, Scotland as a country is worse economically than the whole of Europe. The only reason that it's actually got the quality of life it's got is because it's in the United Kingdom.
Exactly. See, Scotland, it's not got an infrastructure, right? It's not got a banking infrastructure anymore. It used to have in Edinburgh, but basically most of the kind of banking infrastructure has been taken down to England, right? It's not got a manufacturing industry apart from whiskey. It's got oil, which is kind of non-existent as well. What else has it got? That's it, basically.
Yeah, it's got whiskey, fish, and the oil. I think the oil that's actually harvested from the North Sea is only good for making petroleum jellies. It's not actually the stuff that goes in cars.
You know, well, people talk about, you know, the oil, it's Scotland's rich oil. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's another bullshit. And it's the same as whiskey. Well, with the whiskey industry, we could actually go independent. Japanese make whiskey now. It's like, it's non-existent. It's non-existent. Tourism for like playing golf and going to the Highlands and all that, but it's nothing like going to the Lake District or going to London. You know, like tourists come from America to see London. They might, you know, spend a week in Scotland or something, right? But most people that comes to the UK or Great Britain, and they're going to London, they're not going to go to Scotland, so it's not a big tourism industry either. It's, forget it, man. And, you know, you got these Scottish nationalists, vote yes, and all that. See if you vote yes, honestly, I would just sell my house and move into somewhere in England. You know, I couldn't afford, to stay somewhere good, but I would be somewhere up north. I would need to stay in England. But I would definitely move. If Scotland ever became independent, I would sell up right up and move.
Well, we're a bit full here, though, Captain. We don't really want more immigrants.
That was actually funny, right? This was. I actually found this on a stream. It was Shell UK that told me about this. This was funny. Brian Hurl was actually calling me a half-breed. He's saying, "Oh, see him here. Oh, fucking see him. Oh, fucking the captain. He's a fucking half-breed. He's a fucking half-breed. I fucking can't, fucking, I don't like that kid. He's a fucking half-breed. He's fucking half-breed. He's fucking half-breed. Fucking what is he? A fucking half-breed, they can't." That's that. Have you ever encountered that person?
Yeah, I actually pulled him up on something because, when Sasha Johnson, I think Sasha Johnson came on the stream after me, but I don't know why she come on stream with her readers, but she jumped on stream. And Brian Earl, Sasha Johnson had a white Marxist minder, and the white Marxist minder said that black people need to stand up because when they set up business, the British police go to the black business that's been set up and shut it down. And Brian Hurl was in the background going, "That's very true. That's very true." Then when he jumped on Zabida's the second time I went on their channel and I pulled him up on it, he said, "Oh, no, that's totally false, that." He actually stopped me in my sentence and I said, "Hang about, you dickhead. You said it. You said that was true on the stream." And he's like, "Oh, no, I didn't," because Zabida pulls the streams down. But the thing is, I've recorded her streams and I've put them up on another channel that she doesn't know about. So it's all up there anyway.
He's a very strange bloke, Brian. He's the world he's on, you know what I mean?
So I couldn't figure him out, you see. He was trying to make out he was a bit right-wing when I was on. I mean, I'm like, but I knew he weren't. And,
no. Brian Hurl's totally left-wing, and he's like, "I know you're racist, you're racist." And
I think he actually left. He pressed the leave button without me knowing because I'd said, you said this, and I've got it recorded, and
another thing with him is he's partly with every gangster in Great Britain. He'll basically find. No, I'm being serious, right? I don't know if you stay right. No, but actually, see the funniest one I've heard about Brian Hurl. I don't know if you've heard this one. It's like, I don't know if you're familiar with Jason Wake Up UK. He was talking to Jason Wake Up UK, and he's saying that, "Do you know who I am?" He's saying that, "I've never heard of you." He goes, "I'm Brian Hurl, I stay near you." He goes, I've never heard of you." "Oh, right, I'm going to come down, I'm going to see you. I'm Brian Hurl." He actually fucking Googled fucking Jason's business, and Jason's business is basically, because it's an internet business, it's in the middle of town, right? And that's where he gave his address, which is not his address because it's just the address on Google. He actually went into the card shop where his address was and he was looking for Jason because he's not heard of him. That's a fucking banger, man. You never heard of me. I'm Brian Hurl. But you not heard me. I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna film you, and you can't. Fucking hell, man! You couldn't make him up.
I've never heard of him till recently. I think Busker sent me a fucking link, and then I started watching Wendy Woos, and then I thought, it's quite entertaining this. So I watched Wendy Woos, and then I was going on Zabida's.
Never heard of this Brian Earl. It's like maybe he's famous in just a couple of channels, but never heard of him.
He goes on various channels. He used to go on Wasp, but he's kind of barred for there. Wendy Wu gets on. Well, Disney gone with him and Jupiter. See the last few. There's been a good few streams lately with Wendy, and Wendy hates him. He goes on to Zabides, but now he's actually went on to Raspecs now, and he's saying, "I'll fucking tell you something." And it's like, show me the evidence. And it's like, the guy's just it's unbelievable. He knows everything. He knows everything. He's gonna dox everybody. You better watch out. You know how I'm Brian Hurrell. Everybody's gonna get, and he tries to turn people against each other. Or do you know this one? Or just unbelievable.
He's I have come across him on Zabidas, and he strikes me as like the left wing version of Ralph Bombay Ralph, who used to be in PA. The Indian, I call him Bombay Ralph, and he's like the left wing version of that. He just goes on the left wing channels trying to accelerate things, as Ralph calls it.
I know of Ralph actually, but I've never spoke to him. He's actually quite an intelligent guy. He can actually speak a good game.
Well, he don't know where he is. He calls him. He thinks he's in this. He calls it NRX, Neo Reaction, and he's now saying he's trying to. He was in PA, and I was on. He used to be in UKIP. He's called Reverend Simon Sideways. He set up this Telegram group.
No. Simon Sideways isn't Ralph. Simon Sideways is a different guy.
Oh yeah. No. I know he's a different guy. He used to be in
UKIP.
Right. And I know him because I used to be in UKIP, and he set up this but he's not an Amory Waters fan, so we've parted. But he set up this Telegram group that I was monitoring. Just a minute, I'm just plugging something. Right. Yeah, I'm
looking on the side chat. People saying that Captain Ash standing where these recordings are, please.
What
does that mean?
I've produced a video, and it's not on my free. It's not on my main channel's Freedom Forbidden, but it's one strike away. So I've set up another channel called Fight Back Britain. Actually, I've actually got the name Fight Back Britain. So there's a channel called Fight Back Britain, and I've cut the live stream that had Charlie Big Potatoes, myself, and Sasha Johnson, because Sasha Johnson made herself look a right dickhead on that stream with her anti-white rhetoric. With her white Marxist mind, it proved everything that we all know about Black Lives Matter. And I've produced a video.
Is that on Zabidas?
No. You see, Zabidas pulled all the videos down now, so it's actually quite safe probably to give this away. There's a channel called Fight Back Britain, and I've done a video called what did I call the video? I called the videos called British Loathing, the review of the year that British Loathing Marxists. See what I did there, BLM. Attacked Britain. So the other channel's called Fight Back Britain. I think it's only got about 15 subscribers, but that video I produced, I think it's had about 400 views.
Right.
My main channel, like I say, in a couple of weeks, when it's strike free, I'll put it on Freedom Forbidden, and it'll get more.
Right, as soon as I come off this chat, I'll subscribe to your channel, because it's quite interesting speaking to you tonight.
Freedom Forbidden's the main channel, but I've not been putting videos up because I'm one strike away, like I say, for a couple of weeks. But I'm also on Rumble. I think my channel on Rumble's called Fight Back UK, or one word.
I'm on BitChute too, and that's called Simpson. I have different names for each bloody platform. On BitChute, that's a bit more spicy. That's called put stuff up there that will get taken down on YouTube. But on BitChute, it's called Simpsons_Labyrinth.
Have you noticed BitChute is actually, there's been stuff getting taken down on BitChute lately?
I only heard that on one live stream, and I thought, what are you on about? Because I've got some really outrageous things on BitChute.
No, well, I'm not going to actually see this in a kind of public forum, but there's things that I've looked into before, and I've been, people said, look into this, and then it's been taken down. It's like, this is banned for this country.
I mean, there's a fantastic video that I've seen that's not been put on my channel. It's someone else's, and it totally goes against the whole narrative of COVID. It talks about artificial intelligence. It talks about the vaccines. And if you put anything like that up on YouTube, it gets a strike, because I did once about vaccines. I've noticed Hearts of Oak did a live stream tonight, actually. And when I clicked on it, the headline, they titled the video as, I think it was Ingrid such and so against the mandatory vaccines. And I thought to myself, you idiots, but I don't really get on with that guy in Hearts of Oak. I know him from UKIP too. Really don't get on with him. And I had to laugh because I thought, you idiot. When I clicked on it, it said that this goes against YouTube regulations and rules, and has been taken down. And I was just laughing, thinking to myself, oh yeah, 7-day ban. You're gonna have to go on dole for 7 days. I'm not a fan of Peter McElvenna. He's doing well, and I promoted his bloody little. It was classed as the Integrity Group in UKIP before it became Hearts of Oak, and yeah.
See, when
it's nothing against the Tommy stuff, but that man really doesn't know Tommy like he portrays that he knows Tommy, if you know what I mean.
I take it you're a Tommy fan, yeah?
Well, I've never been in EDL. I stand for exactly the same he stands for, so there's no reason for me not to support him. But I must say, in the last couple of weeks, I heard him doing a live stream with the Poor Boys, I think they were called, and you see, I joined UKIP going to a rally when he was there. Gerard Batten was there, and he was talking about how easy it is to join UKIP. It was the Brexit betrayal rally, and Nigel Farage resigned from UKIP because of Tommy Robinson, etc. So I joined UKIP at that same point, and then Nigel Farage had said all these bad things about him, and then I see him on a live stream saying, "Oh, Nigel Farage is the answer, and everything he said about me, I understand, and I forgive him." Blah blah blah, and then I'm thinking to myself, you idiot, because I defected from UKIP. I helped the Brexit Party to get Brexit done in the general election. And I know that on the Brexit Party prescribed list that they've sent me, trying to get me to be a candidate, has got all the Tommy groups on there, like English Defence League, British National Party, National Front. That's not a Tommy thing, but fair enough, that's on the prescribed list. Antifa. And then it says the For Britain movement. And that's because it supports Tommy Robinson. But it doesn't have Patriotic Alternative on that prescribed list. So then when I hear Tommy Robinson saying that, I thought to myself, yeah, I weren't too happy about that. So can't say I support him, but he should keep his mouth shut. And,
see, I'm not a Tommy fan at all.
He should support Anne-Marie Waters over Nigel Farage, who throws it through him under the bus. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
see, I
I'm not what James Goddard would call a Tommy tard, if you know what I mean.
Right, okay. What do you think of James Goddard?
Not a fan one bit. He's just a mouth.
I was actually a fan of James Goddard, and then he's joined PA, and he's like the Northwest organiser last week.
Yeah, he's just a fucking mouth, that guy. I mean, I've had a fucking. He took an interest into me. Where on that Simon Rev he went to so much trouble because I went on that Telegram group. He'd found out who I was. I mean, he went to so much trouble, lad, that he were giving voice notes, threatening voice messages. They were like saying he were going to knock me fucking block off, etc. So when I was sending him replies, like, right, I'll tell you where to come to do that. Let's do it, blah, blah, blah. My messages were getting deleted from that Simon Reverend's fucking chat. So I just thought, oh, it's an echo chamber. So yeah, not too happy. But yeah, I mean, Tommy, I support because I stand for the same things, and my hometown is Rochdale, so you can imagine it's very similar to where he was grew up on. I'm exactly the same age as Tommy Robinson. I just weren't too happy. I just weren't too happy with him with what he'd said on one stream about Nigel Farage when all those lads who supported him when UKIP left to Forbidden. And then you'd said to us that hang about, you've been saying Nigel, you know what I mean, Nigel Farage is against him, and then all of us. And it's, I suppose it's a bit of tribalism. You choose one party, but then you hear the guy who'd been slagging Nigel Farage off, then supporting him. It's like, hang about, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, support Tommy. I just think he should think before he speaks. So I don't agree with everything he says.
See, I'm not a Tommy fan at all. I think Tommy's kind of deflected for nationalism, and he actually kind of wasted nationalism for the last 10 years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say politically, I'm further to the right than Tommy Robinson. Definitely. Because he keeps talking about him being Irish, doesn't he? I'm not Irish.
No, but that's not the day with, if he's Irish or whatever it is, because you actually find out, I'm not wanting to mention any names and all that, and I don't want you to mention names either, but see when you look at a lot of FNATs and their marriages and their, who their mothers and fathers is, it's kind of quite shocking. It's like, a lot of them you would consider FNATs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said from when we started the conversation. These people who portray themselves to be FNATs are actually National Socialists. And I would say, in the direct, I mean, National Front, we'll get National Front out of the way first. National Front are every single pro-Palestinian, pro-Islamic protester is going.
Well, National Front. In my opinion, National Front.
Islam.
National Front's non-existent.
It is. I'm just saying the leader is at every single pro-Islamic, pro-Palestinian rally going. Mark Collett, he's give out this. Now you see, Mark Collett started this in September 2019. They first applied for political party status in November 2019. Got rejected. Early 2020, when I joined Forbidden, they popped up and started attacking Forbidden. Attacking not just Forbidden, Paul Goddard and Tommy Robinson. So they was only attacking the right. I thought to myself, well, that might be party politics. They're serious about becoming a party. They then took about 6 months to apply again to be a political party, got rejected. This week, they've applied again to be a political party. Now, there's a lot of distance between when they're applying. You're talking 6 to 8 months. You can apply within weeks to be a political. Once you're rejected, you can reply. It took Forbidden. They got rejected once, and they applied straight away after, and there was a registered party within 6 months. But these people only attack the right. Now they're calling themselves a community. Now, Jada Fanson, she set a party up. That's never going to be left wing. She stands on the right wing. And she got a party done at the first attempt.
Oh, within weeks?
Literally within weeks, yeah. So Mark Collette is doing something when he applies. I know what he's doing when he applies, by the way, too. He's doing stuff, schoolboy errors, like copying another party's constitution, which the Electoral Commission's going to hit on and reject his. So he doesn't want to be a political party. Yeah, he only criticises the right. He never criticises the left. So I'm wondering, are they actually sponsored and funded by these left-wing groups like Hope Not Hate, Resist Hate? And is he just getting paid a pretty penny to try and split the right?
That's quite heavy saying that about Hope Not Hate.
Well, Mark Collette's only interested in money, isn't it? Because you see, when you become a political party too, he's got a big YouTube channel on it with all his super chats, and he always says before he does his live streams, please go on to our Entropy link. If you're a political party, you won't be able to do that because that's not allowed as a political party. When you're the head of a political party, that's against the rules. You can't have that on political party. Like, you'll watch Anne-Marie's live streams. No one gives super chats or anything like that because that's totally not allowed when you're a political party. Mark Collette owns £8,000 a year just on YouTube donations. So if he becomes a political party, he loses all this money. It's a complete scam. I think the kids call it grifters. It's just a
right.
Just a grifter.
I was actually going to say that. Have you ever seen that stream? It was on with James Goddard. I think it's on James Goddard's channel. I don't know if it's still on. It was with Natty and Charlie Big Potatoes talking to Andy Edge, who was the second or third in command for Britain First, Paul Golden party.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I mean, I took a notice of James Goddard when they were doing this battle with Forbidden, but I never watched it. I only watched it if they were talking about Forbidden, just for...
No, you should watch that about Britain First and the way Andy Edge talks about Paul Golden.
I've seen that. That Andy Edge is on my VK. Well, he was on my VK. Then I unfriended him because he seemed a bit like he'd got a screw loose. I mean, when I was talking with Paul Golden's missus on the 37 Words group Telegram chat, it was like, this guy's a loose cannon and you can't believe a word he says. And then when I looked at his videos on VK, where he appeared really, if he weren't intoxicated, he was... he weren't right in head. So I distanced myself from that at that point, to be honest. In fact, James Goddard invited him on for a guest star. Don't surprise me, because James Goddard has got history with Ashley Simon. He used to go out with Ashley Simon, and he's still in love with her. And she's now with Paul Golden. So that's why James Goddard had been jumping at getting him as a guest on the live stream.
You should actually watch that live stream, and it goes into Britain First and Paul Golden, and it's really quite shocking. And that's how, when you're talking about PA, it's like Mark Collette's a grifter. I'm surprised, because the way Charlie Big Potatoes portrayed himself, as I said, I don't know the guy. I've listened to him on a few streams, and he seems quite connected in that. And things he speaks about is really quite good, in my opinion. But if he thinks Mark Collette's a grifter, he would be right off PA. And he's in PA as well.
Well, yeah, but he's Charlie Big Potatoes used to be in National Action. That's a prescribed group. He now lives in Spain, so he don't live in Britain.
I know.
And
I know. boss.
he doesn't know what the political and I mean these guys started attacking Forbidden because they probably thought politically this is I understand it. They were thinking party politics. This is if we get these members, this is a big going party. If we get these members, they'll start giving us money, etc. But there was a big exodus. There was a big exodus at the start of 2020 from UKIP because of the way UKIP had been infiltrated by the left wing, and it still is infiltrated by the left wing. Then people who got rid of Batten, Richard Bain, are running the party. Neil Hamilton, Ben Walker, and they've only got 2,000 members because I've still got a friend on the UKIP NEC. UKIP had 28,000 members. And it now only has 2,000. It had 29,000 members. It now only has 2,000 members. 27 members left the party. A lot of them went to the Conservatives. A lot of them went to Forbidden. The ones who went to the Conservatives have thought, "Fuck this!" after about 6 months and joined Forbidden. So Forbidden's now got major party status. And then when they started attacking Forbidden, actually it had the opposite effect. Because people was like, hang about, is Forbidden far right or are they just moderate right? And then when PA started attacking Forbidden and Anne-Marie Waters did a video saying, look, if you want this bloody national socialism BS that Mark Collett saying, go and join PA. And she did that in a video. The membership went up dramatically because people was like, right, that settled it. So that just shows in the population that what's more electable. You know what I mean?
PA will never be electable, and the reason is because of Mark Collett, right?
They're never going to be a party because they don't want to be a political party because, like I said, they could have been a political party. It's 18 months in now, but the grifters, they don't want to be a party. And anyone who's still buying in, and what they'll tell the supporters is, oh, we're too far right, they won't let us be a political party. But the National Front, for fuck's sake, and the British National Party is elected, is on the ballot paper. They are registered political parties. Now, if the National Front and British National Party, with their policies, can be a registered party, PA can. But what they keep doing is every single time they apply for it, they'll leave it 6 to 8 months. They don't want to make it too obvious, but they do schoolboy errors on purpose, like copying another party's constitution word for word so that it gets rejected.
See, one of the things that pissed me off Mark Collett, I don't know if you remember this, right? Seeing the Brexit, when the Brexit vote was in 2016, do you ever remember Mark Collett went out with this woman that had swastikas on her neck?
Oh yeah, Mark. Well, I do know that Mark Collett's it's either current girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. She's got swastikas tattooed on her neck. Yeah. That was when the Brexit thing were going on. She's from Holland.
So would that not put like somebody off voting Brexit because of that? It's like.
Yeah, the Leave campaign actually told him to stop doing it, actually.
Do you know who I'm talking about? A guy for Liverpool, Joe Owens? Do you know who that is?
No, I'm not familiar with that name.
Right. He used to be in the BNP, but he's like himself, and he used to be on YouTube. I think he's on Telegram, but I'm not on Telegram. But I think Mark Collett's basically false.
Yeah.
And he actually calls a lot of people out that's false.
Yeah, there's people who know of Mark Collett in the party I'm in now, and they've they all say he's got a fucking screw loose. Let's just say that. He's not got a good reputation he didn't have a good reputation in the BNP, to be honest. He got thrown out of the BNP too, by the way, in 2010 by Nick Griffin.
And I think Nick Griffin's a bit of a Griffin as well, and so is the Scottish guy. I can't remember his name. Him that makes swords. He's like just into money as well. Can't remember his name. Used to come from Cumbernauld. He stays in Ireland now.
Yeah.
Can't remember his name.
Robbie, I think Nick Griffin's actually the. I think Nick Griffin's the new party, Jada Thornton's new party. Looking at a live stream tonight, and she didn't question it. They'd worded that she was showing the scripts of the newspapers going mad about her standing in the Scottish elections, and she didn't correct them on it because one of the headlines was deputy leader of the British Freedom Party, and she shown that on the live stream, and she didn't correct that. So I thought, and Nick Griffin's in that party, so I thought to myself, oh, right, it's Nick Griffin who's the leader and Jada's the deputy leader of the British Freedom Party. And I don't know how I feel about Nick Griffin. I mean, I was a young adult when he came on scene, I suppose, but I know in town I lived in, it was like a bit of a breath of, because this was before UKIP and stuff was, UKIP existed, but nobody bloody knew about UKIP. It was British National Party that was taking, that was the only other option apart from the Lib Labour con. So it was, I must admit, when I was a youngster, it was like a breath of fresh air because I lived in an Islamified town where there was major problems. And so yeah, I don't know how I feel about Nick Griffin. I don't think he's anywhere near as ridiculous as Mark Coletto.
I don't like any of the two of them, to be quite honest with you.
Sorry?
I'm not a fan of either of them.
Yeah. You call yourself an FNAT boy. You should be championing these people.
No. See, I don't know if I'm an FNAT. I think I'm kind of something in between. I'm certainly not a SIFNAT. I'm certainly not a SIFNAT. If somebody told me...
You see, I've been in UKIP. I've been in Forbidden. I've never heard of these terms until this year. So what? I always class myself as a Forbidden nationalist. It's quite right wing when it comes to immigration, but it's not so right wing on other policies like I don't know. You know what I mean? It's a manifesto that I support. So what do you class as CivNat and what do you class as FNAT? Because the people who portray themselves as FNATs are National Socialists, which isn't nationalism. That's basically worshipping Adolf Hitler.
Well, I would kind of disagree with that, right? But I think CivNats are basically Tommy taps.
Tommy's not political, you know. It's that's why I distance myself from him, because it's like sometimes you listen to him talk about politics and you think, bloody hell, he's bright as anything, and then like the other week when he went against his word and started preaching about Nigel Farage, I was like thinking, you fucking idiot. So it's I don't think he's got a political mind, you know what I mean? He's just an activist, but he don't think before he speaks.
I would actually tend to agree with you. I don't think Tommy's got an intelligent person. He's got a good following. He's a leader, but he's a leader because of what he's done. People follow him that way. He's no debater. He's no an orator or anything. There's a lot better people in nationalism than Tommy. Like Vinnie Sullivan, you know, as I was going to say, I think Vinnie can talk a good game, but you know, you disagree with that. But I think you should actually maybe go to Vinny's channel and look at a few things that Vinny does and things that he says. I don't know if you've gave that a go. Don't know.
Sorry, I was just having a piss. Yeah, his YouTube channel I have looked at, but that was when there was no split between Pierre, and it was like he was totally into Pierre. See, Vinny's
Vinny's definitely.
I didn't know about Vinny before this year. I was in a group chat, I think, on fucking Twitter, and someone claimed to be his sister, and she was going mad because I was going on Busker's channel. But what I will say is, when he went on Wendy Woo's live stream and I was on there, and I said to him, "Mate, what do you think of Anne-Marie Waters?" And he just said that she's about as much use as such or so. And I thought to myself, and then I said to him, "Right, well, what political tried getting out of him? Are you PA? Are you this 37 words group or what?" I says, "What?
No,
tell me about your politics. Tell me about your politics." Then, and he was just like, he didn't give an answer. It was like, so you're slagging the right off. Well, not the right, the centre right. That's what we have for Britain. We have a centre right. I call it the moderate right. I think I'm probably more right wing than most in for Britain, to be honest. So I say moderate right, but everyone else centre right. And he didn't. He didn't. And then I see him on Zabida's channel where he's wanting to unite with the Muslims, and I thought to myself, I just don't know where you stand. You're not very good at speaking.
No, I would totally disagree with that. Right, bear in mind when Vinny was on Wendy's channel, Dupert and him have got history with kind of something Vinny said, right? And they actually spoke years ago, and Wendy knows him years ago. They don't like Vinny. Wendy and Dupert doesn't like Vinny. I think he's an idiot. I don't even know why he went on their channel for.
I think Raj was requesting his attendance, actually.
Right.
So he was being called into it, but still, he'd been chummy with this patriotic alternative, guys. I mean, if he gets patriotic alternative, they were begging for live streams for Britain people, so he gets plumb in position with someone who's a member for Britain, and he just didn't. All he had to do was slag Anne-Marie off, basically, but not give a reason for doing it. And it's like, look, I don't care if she's from Ireland originally, but she's the only one talking about British nationalism and British just common sense. It's you could call it patriotism, populism, nationalism, but it's not as outrageous as what these idiots in National Front and PA want. You know what I mean? But like I said, that's more left wing than right wing because they support Palestine, etc. It was.
I don't think Vinny's PA into PA. I don't think he's into any party. He's just a nationalist.
Yeah, I did say that on Wendy Woos. I did actually defend him by saying, look, I don't know about if he's in PA or what, but he's
no.
He does hang around with them, and he has got an issue with the Jewish issue. It's that's like his only goal. I mean, when I asked him where do you stand politically, it's like didn't give an answer. So it's like, right, you slag, you're against immigration, Vinny Sullivan, but you've just slagged the leader off that's got the most. I suppose you could say the most right-wing stance when it comes to immigration. You've just slagged her off,
and then not given an alternative. So it's like I didn't know about him until this year when I started going on YouTube, and I'd been in UKIP for God knows how long. So it's he is actually, if you're not on YouTube, he is a bit of a nobody. You know what I mean?
Right. See, I don't go on Telegram or that. I've never been on Telegram.
I came off it, to be honest. It's I only went on it for I think it was Evan Simons. I mean, you start looking at chats, but it's just a messenger group. It's basically just text messages. My phone went out of storage though, and then that was the first thing to come off.
I've been told before on Telegram, see people that are on YouTube, when they go on Telegram, they're totally different people, and you end up they're really quite racist, really racist.
I can only go off that Telegram group with all the PA guys on. It was Evan Simon a group, but he didn't really get involved. But then you had Ralph on it. Ralph, for instance, Bombay Ralph. It was hilarious. I've got screenshots because when I thought they were going to become a political party, I was just going on that group taking screenshots. You had all sorts of poison being said, but they're never going to become a political party. I know that now. You've had Ralph on there.
That's another one with Ralph, right? Ralph was like...
this is funny because Ralph was on there going on about all this... he was actually saying really racist stuff. And then now he's going on channels like G-Bok and Zabidas. And he's being like a friend to Islam. And I'm like, I know what you said on them Telegram groups, but I'll let him do his thing. I'm not getting involved.
But like see Ralph, right? Ralph was right into PA, right? And he was, I would say,
Ralph got thrown out of PA.
I know that, right? But Ralph's
now he's befriending Muslims and saying that now he's befriending Muslims and actually saying that PA was too racist. I knew it would never work out, but actually, when I look on Telegram groups, he was saying the most racist things out of all of them.
But Ralph's like half Indian or Indian, and he's an ethnic. So that's a bit. That's really a bit.
I mean, I'm dubious about. He's Indian.
It's a bit crazy that.
He claims to be a Christian, but from day one, I looked at his facial features and thought to myself, "You're a Muslim." And now he's going on channels like with this pro-Islam stance, just going off, coming from a town like Rochdale. You had Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, you had Indians. You could tell the difference just by the nose, the size of the nose. And if you look at Ralph's nose, I'm like, you're a Muslim. And he's so I don't know where I stand with Ralph. It's like I'm still convinced he's just an infiltrator to it all. He started when Forbidden first started up. I mean, I was in UKIP last year. Forbidden started up a couple of years ago. Ralph was sniffing around Forbidden when they first started up, apparently. So he seems to move around. It's like is he just some sort of intelligence that's going around the right wing, you know?
It could be.
I mean, but just looking at his photograph, I'm like looking at his nose thinking, you're not an Indian Christian, you're an Indian Muslim. Going off that.
Ralph's a bit of an anomaly, isn't he?
Because it's not racist to say that either, because the Indian, it's basically the difference between a Pakistani and an Indian. But the Muslim religion came from Arabs that went to the subcontinent of India. So they're actually a different race. They're Arabic, not Indian. And you can tell the difference between, like, if you watch cricket, next time you watch cricket, when England play India, look at them noses. They're like the same size as ours. When they play Pakistan, look at them noses. Completely different size. And Ralph has got the Arabic nose.
Right. I've never actually thought about that.
So from day one, I've always been dubious about his intentions. Because Islam went from the Middle East to India. So there's genetics and different races, etc.
So what made you come on Easy Show tonight? Because you don't usually come on Easy Show. Or do you?
He when I first subscribed to it, I think I commented on the live chat, and he said, "Oh, come
Right.
on!" But I was working that. It was quite late, and I was working that morning. Today's my day off work. I'd been on that. I'd been on that G block because they started talking about COVID, so I went on there, and then I went on with my other channel, Fight Back Britain, with the other avatar that had a picture of Winston Churchill. Some guy comes on, then started going on about it was a black guy. This is what I mean. I thought, wow, a black African guy, and he took offence to me saying that black people wouldn't exist if Hitler won the war. And he was like actually supportive of Adolf Hitler and hatred towards Britain. And I thought to myself then, these people aren't right in fucking head. You know what I mean? And when that show finished, we said, go on, open channel debate. I went on and jumped on this live stream.
See, I was on the Wash tonight, and I was actually going to jump on a hangout, but I don't like getting into hangouts, right? I don't know why. It's just like, like, I know near lived it was on that hangout, but I just jumped over to Easy's, and then if I've ended up, speaking to you all night.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hangouts are, to be honest. I just go on YouTube. I've got channels on YouTube, Rumble, BitChutes, and then apart from that, I just do VK and Facebook. Really go on Twitter, to be honest. Really go on it.
No, normally after the Wash finishes, you jump on to hangouts, but I've only done it once and ended up talking to Jason to about 7:30 in the morning. Just him and I for about 7:30. It was like, but that's the only time I've ever went on hangouts. It's the same with Zoom or Google Meets. I don't go on them either because sometimes you jump onto them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know why. I get warned against somebody don't get any hangouts because there's a lot of bad things can happen. And, I don't know. It's like a lot of fucking nasty shit and all that, but.
Is that like this Discord? I don't even know what Discord is. Apparently, it's like is it like a messenger group where you just message?
No, it's just basically the same as this, but it's uncensored, and people comes out with really crazy things and all that. And
yeah,
I don't know. Do you never go on Wash channel?
No, I don't know. Wasp, is it a channel? Wasp? I don't know.
Wash. It's called Wash Live. It's more a kind of pub, a drinking club, and everybody's pissed and just have a laugh. It's really funny. It's one of the best channels, to be quite honest with you. I think it's not political, but Wasp Live.
Wasp Live. I'll have a look.
No, it's very funny. There's some right characters on this. It's really funny. It's always a laugh, like every night. It can get right offensive, but sometimes, it's just a laugh.
Yeah,
it's not be taken serious, and it's like people can argue one night and it's really offensive. Then the next night everybody's on, we're all friends again. No, it's just like that,
Yeah.
You've got to be quite thick-skinned, to say the least.
if you're in touch with these PA people, I mean, that bloody Laura Taylor kept begging for debates with people from Forbidden.
No. As I said, I'm not in touch with any PA people.
Yeah.
As I said,
Because
the one
well,
I've
I'm going to
actually
say, I'm not a spokesman for the Forbidden Party. I'm just a normal member, but I could have a debate on here with one of them after seeing Charlie's attempts on Zabida's Christ. I mean that Laura Taylor, she had a debate with she actually beat him actually. He were on our side of politics. Ricky Doolan, he's called.
I've not heard of him.
Yeah, it was, but they were all bigging it up as somebody. They would have been this Sivnat bloody FNAT thing, and I thought to myself, Christ, he's a fucking lefty. He's not. He's not a nationalist. He's not Sivnat. He's not FNAT. He's just a fucking lefty wanting subscribers.
So, would you know the rate Charlie Big Potatoes? No.
He's. I didn't go to any blows with him when I was on the live streams with Zabidas. We was generally on the same side really, because but I did make points like he was trying to befriend Muslims and befriend Black Lives Matter, and not just befriend. He was trying to unite. He was asking them to unite with PA, and at them points I did jump in and say, look, this is the difference between me and him. But I don't want you lot uniting with Forbidden because we're totally against Black Lives Matter. Not the sentence Black Lives Matter, but the movement Black Lives Matter, because we've got black people in the party. You know what I mean? We're against the movement Black Lives Matter. The Marxist movement, and we're against this. We're totally against Islam because it's in our manifesto. We want to ban halal slaughter. We want to ban kosher slaughter. We want to ban a lot of things that is happening within the Islamic community, basically.
Is that part of your policy, like against halal slaughter and kosher slaughter?
Oh gosh, yeah. The Forbidden policy is ban unstunned all unstunned slaughter should be banned, made illegal in the UK, and it's not just you see Belgium and Denmark, who in the European Union have already banned halal and kosher slaughter. You see, it's a barbaric practice where the animal.
Right.
You see, there was slaughter. It goes against British slaughter laws too. You see, British slaughter laws was made in the early 20th century, so the early 1900s. British slaughter laws. There was laws set out about slaughter, how it should be done in a humane way.
Right.
That was before the humane slaughter now. You could imagine the early 1900s being slaughtered back then was totally different to where it is now, where there's an electric pulse that's actually put on the animal's head when they can't even see it, studying them to death, and then they get slaughtered. Now, the Islamic slaughter is a totally barbaric way of slaughter, where basically the animal is wrestled to the ground, sometimes whacked to the ground. It has its throat slit and it's hung upside down, so it dies. It dies in a slow, painful death, and that goes against British slaughter laws from the early 1900s. Now the argument is, it's a religious slaughter. It's religious. The wording in the Forbidden Manifesto is religious slaughter. I want that changed because actually it is not religious, because in the Quran, in the Hadiths, there's nothing in there that says that Muslims have to eat animals that is eaten in the unstunned, halal, slaughtered manner. There's nothing in that religion to say that. So actually, it's not religious slaughter, it's cultural slaughter. We are bringing culture from a third world country where that is accepted into our Western world, Westernized country, we're bringing a cultural practice, not a religious practice, when there's nothing in the religion that says they have to do it this way, and we're accepting it. And it's not only being accepted, it's now there's more halal slaughtered meat available in Britain than non-halal slaughtered meat. And for instance, in the police service, police force, and the military, all meat is halal slaughtered. But when it comes to religious practice, guess what? It's actually a sin to eat halal slaughtered meat that's been slaughtered to another god in the Christian, the Sikh, and the Hindu religion. So it's a cultural practice that actually is breaking people's religion. There's Christians eating halal meat for not even knowing they're eating halal meat, and they're sinning. Hindus, Sikhs, etc. I'm not religious myself personally, but that's not fair, is it? You know?
No, I would agree with you, but I've heard this before. Somebody actually told me this before, and it was like about repatriation, right? And they actually said that to me, that's what they would do. And I never knew that for Britain was like this. All you need to do is you ban kosher and halal, and if you ban that, well, they two kinds of people have either got to turn vegetarian or move.
No, the way we word it is unstunned slaughter. Unstunned slaughter includes halal and kosher slaughter because they're the only two that are unstunned. But no, they don't have to turn vegetarian because there's nothing in their religion that says it's a false narrative to say that Muslims would have to become vegetarian, because in the Islamic faith, in the Islamic texts, there's nothing that says they have to eat meat that is halal slaughtered. It's a cultural practice from Islamic countries that has been going on for hundreds of years. They just haven't modernized themselves. But in the hadiths, in the Quran, it doesn't say that they have to eat halal slaughtered meat. All it says is they have to bless meat. Obviously, it does say they can't eat pork and stuff like that, but what it says in the Islamic text is they've got meats they can eat, meats they can't eat. The meats they can eat, all they have to do is bless it. Basically, all they have to do is say grace before they eat.
Right, I've never heard that. I thought it was going to be halal or kosher.
No, it says, if you look into it in the Islamic text, there's nothing in there that says they have to eat it. There's nothing in the religion that says they have to eat meat that's slaughtered in that barbaric way. It's a cultural practice that's been going on for years. They just haven't evolved. I mean, this is one argument I had on the other channel. It was like when people were going on about Italy and stuff in Africa, it was like, well,
you were on
evolve.
you were on Zabrida's the big long stream. It was about 7 or 8 or 9 hours, wasn't you?
Possibly.
The one with the I think you were. Just like Charlie Big Potatoes was on it, Natty was on it.
I mean, that Sasha Johnson jumped on, didn't she? Yeah, Sasha Johnson from Black Lives Matter jumped. Yeah, I was on there for quite a few hours, actually. Didn't realise it was that long.
No, I've heard you a few times, and I think I heard.
Yeah. I did go on a few times, but I never went on there in peace, like the likes of Charlie Big Potatoes and stuff. I went on there to defend British heritage, culture, and history. And I went on there for a reason. I didn't go on there because there's a lot of well-meaning people who have probably fallen for this rhetoric that Mark Collette's been putting out, but they don't agree with this National Socialism, they don't agree with this pro-Adolf Hitler stuff. And the narrative that he was saying about for Britain being funded by Israel, etc., is totally false. So I was going on to Zabrida's for a reason. I was going on there knowing that there might be some well-meaning people from Patriotic Alternative watching that stream, but they don't support Hitler, they don't support Nazism, they don't support National Socialism, and they didn't realise there was an alternative. And then when they heard me, that's not licking Muslims' ass and licking Black Lives Matter's ass like Charlie Big Potatoes, etc., it would open their eyes.
See, this is my opinion. This is just my opinion, right? CPA, if they do turn into a party, right? I think a lot of nationalists will go over to PA, and I think that will be the dominant party, right? But
they're never going to be a party. If they were going to be a party, they'd be a party now. They started in September 2019. They've only applied 3 times between now and September 2019, and each time when they get rejected, it's from schoolboy errors, like you've copy and pasted another party's constitution word for word.
I think the
stuff.
Time,
and it's no. Mark Collett's not an idiot. Yeah, the logo, and they've still not changed the logo. Mark Collett's not an idiot. He knows how to do a Satisfactory, and he should know how to do after 2 failed attempts, and this week was the 3rd failed attempt. If he was an idiot, he should have known after 2 failed attempts how to get it through Electoral Commission. What PA is they don't want to be a political party because, like I said, if you become a political party, his super chats on his YouTube, they stop, and he earns £8,000 a year from YouTube on super chats. They would stop because he's a leader of a political party, and that's unfair financial. You don't get super chats when you're a political party, basically.
But surely, if you were putting a manifesto and you were running a political party, you would pay up a high-up lawyer to basically go through that and check everything that's okay, and then after that you would put it in. Is that not the way you would do that normally?
Well, it's nothing to do with the manifesto. You can put what you want in a manifesto, so that's nothing to do with Electoral Commission. The application to be a party from the Electoral Commission is based on you have to have a party constitution. The manifesto changes every year. That's nothing to do with being the application of being a political party. You could put what you want in a manifesto. You just have to do a party constitution. That's a big thing. There's a couple other things too, but I can't remember. But it's not rocket science. You get rejected once, like Forbidden did, and then you apply again. Forbidden got rejected because they didn't like the name Forbidden Party, because they said that was too similar to another party. There was some small outfit in Scotland, apparently, that had a similar name to Forbidden Party, so then they changed the name to Forbidden Movement. And that's how they got through Electoral Commission. And that's why it's called now, Forbidden Movement. So PA has been rejected on big things. You're not allowed foreign... when you're a party too, you're not allowed... financial contributions. Your main financial backers are not allowed to be from outside of the UK. Now, I took note, and I actually said it quite a few times, and amazingly, the video's gone down off YouTube. It was on Ralph's channel, Bombay Ralph Right Direction. Right Reaction, sorry, Right Direction, that's a pop group. But he announced at Speaker's Corner about PA being a political machine, blah, blah, blah. And he mentioned in that video that he gave out a piece of paper basically to everyone. And Atheist Steve of Speaker's Corner pulled him up on something. He said, hang about, you're talking about patriotism, but you give us a piece of paper here with a list of your financial backers, and 6 out of the 7 aren't in England. And Ralph replied with, well, that just shows our global thrust. We are a worldwide machine. Now, that was a big mistake from Ralph, because when they started attacking Forbidden, I heard that, I thought, fucking hell, you're not going to be a political party, because that goes against Electoral Commission rules. You're not allowed main financial backers from outside the UK, so if you've got 6 out of 7 that are outside of the UK, you can never become a political party. And that's probably a big thing. When I started mentioning that in these Telegram groups, that video went down from Ralph's channel. It's gone, but it was definitely said. And that's a very big thing, a very big reason why PA aren't a political party. Like I said, for grifters, if they have got 6 out of 7 main financial backers from outside of the UK, they have to give that up to be a political party. And we know where the 6 out of 7 main financial backers from the UK would be. Some of them will be from America, from the real Nazis, the far right. But they didn't take. They might have pulled now because they didn't take lightly to one bit to Ralph being involved with them. But then we hear about them talking about the very pro-Palestine. So who knows? The Hamas could be funding them too.
See the way you're talking, see if you to speak to Charlie Big Potatoes about this. I don't think he would be quite interested in PA.
Charlie won't take anything I say. Charlie would. You see, he chose his side. I am on the side that they despise, which is a nationalist side. But I'm on it's party politics. Charlie would be like, "Oh, what you're telling me is just." He'd believe Mark Collette over me, you know what I mean? Plus, Charlie lives in Spain, so he doesn't know what's going on, and he doesn't know that. He won't know that Forbidden's got major politics. He won't know any. I only know that Forbidden's such a big force because I used to be in UKIP, and like I said, that when I left UKIP, it had 29,000 members. It's now only got 2,000 members, and I know the majority of them 29,000 members, not all of them, but majority have joined Forbidden. So I know that this is a big machine. He won't know that. Because before that happened, Forbidden probably only had about 8,000 members. You know what I mean?
So many members is Forbidden got just now?
They don't publish the membership officially. I can only say that it's definitely got over. It's last time. From someone official in the party, last time I'd asked, which was probably about 6 months ago, the count was well over 20,000, and it was growing. So it's probably over 25,000 now. But I can't give you exact figures because, unlike other parties, Forbidden don't publish it. They don't do it for a reason. The Electoral Commission give us major party status. They know how many members we've got. But Forbidden, unlike UKIP, who used to publish it all the time, they like to keep it a bit secret because if you publish it, then you're publishing it to the left, and then the left realise how much of a threat you are. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's politics is very seedy. It's stuff like I kind of understand why they do it at Forbidden. It's kind of like we don't want you to know how big we are. You know what I mean? The opposition, because you're basically highlighting to the opposition how much ability you've got at winning elections, how many candidates you're possibly going to stand. You let them know in advance, they can prepare for it, can't they? When they only find out, like literally within weeks before election, shit, we've got Forbidden candidates, blah, blah. We need to start smearing these people in the local media, because that's what we do, because we've got a worse reputation than the likes of UKIP and stuff because of our stance on Islam. They class us as far right when we're not far right. We're not far left. We're just not far wrong. You know what I mean? But because we have particular policies like banning unstopped slaughter and other policies banning face coverings and burqas and stuff like that, UKIP, Brexit Party, all these other parties won't dare touch that. So we have been branded far right because of our policies on Islam, which is nothing outrageous because other countries in Europe have already done this, like Belgium and Denmark. And Belgium's got a very big Muslim community, very big Muslim population. I know that because I stayed one day in Brussels once and I thought to myself, Christ, looks like the Middle East, this place. A bit like Bradford, basically.
Bradistan.
Yeah. Brussels really is like that. Brussels is like, but they're not the same. They're not from sub-Indian continent. They're not Pakistanis and stuff, but they are the Middle Eastern Muslims. I think they're probably from North Africa or something. But yeah, you visibly saw it in Brussels. It were like, Christ, this really is Islamic, this city. And they have banned halal meat. I think France has banned face coverings too. So our policies are only doing stuff that countries in the European Union have already done. You know what I mean? But this is branded far right in this country.
See, I wasn't actually aware that I've spoke to you the night. I actually thought for Britain was a bit like UKIP. No,
it's not. UKIP. It's not like UKIP. I was in UKIP. UKIP was never as strong when it came to Islam as for Britain has been.
You know, UKIP, in my opinion, is kind of watered down nationalism. Would you agree with that?
UKIP, what happened last year in UKIP, this is why other members went, they suspended Gerard Batten. The elected leader, Richard Byrne, that supported Gerard Batten, he got hounded out. He got hounded out by Neil Hamilton, who is now the unelected leader. He's not been elected as leader. He's now the unelected leader because they got rid of another leader. The party chairman, Ben Walker. Both of them used to be in the Conservatives. Both of them was disgraced and thrown out of the Conservatives. But both of them do not want to talk about Islam. Both of them despised the fact that Gerard Batten talks about Islam. Both of them despised Tommy Robinson. So UKIP is basically, I'd class UKIP as liberalism. I'd say they're like centre, not left-wing liberal. They're not as bad as they're probably on a par with the Tories. I'd call them centre liberalists, not conservatives, not nationalists. They are in the centre of liberalism, so a little bit further to the right from the Liberal Democrats, basically. The only thing that the people, I only had 11 months in that party and I cancelled my membership. The only thing the members had in common that everyone liked Gerard Batten. The ones who didn't like Gerard Batten was lefties who didn't like, and they was a minority. The one thing UKIP had in common, and the only thing they had in common, was to leave. Everyone wanted to leave the EU. Whereas for Britain, there's no lefty going to join for Britain with the policies we've got. Everyone's united in for Britain. There's no common ground. UKIP just had a load of different ideologies: left wing, middle, right wing. But the one thing they had to unite was to leave the EU. But it was just one big bitch fest. And if you spoke out against Islam, your name was mud. I know that because I was a member. Many of them got suspended too. There's a girl called Katie Fanning. She was on the NEC too. She highlighted last year while she was on the NEC. But it's a grifting machine. Members' money was being used to give the chairman and the leadership team high salaries like £80,000 a year. And I can tell you nobody in Forbidden gets a salary of £80,000 a year. So everyone's membership money got spent on a few people, elite, like Neil Hamilton, Ben Walker, etc., who are still in the party, pumping their salaries. Donations and membership money went to them, never went to campaigns. When she highlighted this, I thought to myself, she's right, because when I stood as a candidate, and it was the first time I'd stood as a candidate in 2019,
in the local elections. I got zero help from UKIP, and I paid for all my leaflets and got zero help from the party. I was basically standing as an independent and doing UKIP a favour by using their name to come second, narrowly not getting elected. You've gone, haven't you?